All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? I'm so excited to welcome you here for our Voices for Reproductive Justice conference that we've waited a long time to bring to you. I'm Amanda Tanner. I'm a public health professor at UNCG, a reproductive health advocate, and co-chair of this reproductive justice series with the illustrative Christina Young, and a mom of two small children. Before we get started, I wanted us to acknowledge that long before our beautiful campus, we'll pretend like we're on the UNCG campus right now, we wish that we were existed, that there were many people inhabiting the spaces that we enjoy today, and that this land has long served as the site of meeting, teaching, and exchange for a number of Indigenous peoples, specifically the Kiawe and Sara. North Carolina is and has been home to many Indigenous peoples living on tribal lands and in urban settings. And today, North Carolina has the largest population of Indigenous people east of the Mississippi River and recognizes the Kohari, Lumbee, Meherrin, Occaneechi, Saponi, Haliwa Saponi, Wakama, Siouan, Saponi, and the Eastern Band of Cherokee. We'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to the first peoples of this land and their descendants. I also want to acknowledge the crucial role of enslaved people in the early days of the establishment of the city of Greensboro. We honor and give thanks to these individuals and their descendants. And I also want to acknowledge that UNCG is still progressing from its founding in 1891, when it did not include all women nor men to be educated here. We give thanks for those brave individuals who broke barriers to open the doors for our diverse student population that we have today. So go Spartans. May we build upon the memories and goodwill for all who have walked and labored here before us with truth, integrity, and honor. So just a moment for all of that. I now want to again welcome and thank you all for joining us for this important Voices for Reproductive Justice conference. Our hope is that this event will give insight into the many factors, including structural racism, that contribute to inequity in reproductive health and overall health. Now, I'd like to turn it over to my fabulous co-chair, Christina Young, who will talk more about today's conference.
Good morning, everybody. We are so glad that you are here with us. Yes, I am Christina Young, assistant professor in the Department of Public Health Education, and I'm the mother of two daughters who are 14 and 12 years old now. So I'm honored to be raising them. I am very much excited to be a co-chair with Dr. Amanda Tanner. It's been taking 2.5 years to plan for this event today, and so we're grateful for your joining us. We're honored to bring you all here because we all have the voices for reproductive justice, and this is what we're focusing on all day today. You will hear more about the definition of reproductive justice from our various panelists and keynote speakers and from each of you. It's defined by Sister Song as the human right to maintain bodily autonomy, to have children, to not have children, and to parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. So today we have 190 people registered, and it's going to increase throughout the day. We even have somebody who's registered as far as Oregon. So welcome for everybody being here. So having this virtual conference allows us to be comfortable and flexible. So getting your comfortable seat, hopefully you're in a desk or a comfortable chair at your kitchen table. And then you can tell your friends that they can register still today and come at various points throughout the day. If you need to leave or change devices, you can still do that through the day. You all should receive a copy of our e-program via email for those who pre-register, but we'll be putting the link in the chat for you. So what we're going to do is begin with the morning panel. Then we are going to have a morning keynote speaker. Then we are going to take a brief break for lunch. So grab your lunch, and then at 12:45, we'll be back to give out some raffle gift prizes. You have to be present for that to receive that. Then we'll have an afternoon panel. We have greetings from Congresswoman Alma Adams. And then we have our afternoon keynote, and then a virtual networking session. So in the virtual networking session is when you will be able to come off of closed screen and share your screen and share any community announcements or even opportunities with your business for everyone. And that's going to be around 3 o'clock today. So make sure you're getting that ready to share with us. During each session, we will disable the chat so it won't be distraction for those who are speaking, but you can definitely put your questions in the Q&A. And so you can type that, and then we'll try to get to as many questions as we can. You will have an opportunity to unmute and ask a question at the end of each session. So during the giveaways, there'll be some tokens of our appreciation. And so we look forward to giving that to you. And right now, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Meredith Gringle, who will begin our morning panel discussion. And so Meredith, if you are ready, we're ready for you.
Hello, thank you so much, Christina and Amanda. I'm Dr. Meredith Gringle. I'm an assistant professor of public health education at UNCG and also a mother of 3 young children. I'm so happy to welcome you all to our morning panel discussion, which will explore reproductive justice and injustice in North Carolina. Our goal this morning and really throughout our experience together today is to hold both pain and promise as we examine and consider our past, our present, and our future together. Our panelists this morning include Jean Workman of Every Baby Guilford, Maya Hart of Sister Song, Shani Renee Benton Gibson of Spirit of a Woman, SOW Leadership Development Institute, and Cassie Map Ahmed of Village Sis Doula LLC. More information about each of our fabulous participants and their work may be found in our conference program. Thank you all again so much for being with us. And now I'll turn it over to Jean Workman. So Jean, if you're ready, come on in.
Well, hello, everyone. Good morning. I am very pleased to be here. I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint slides and get started. I'm Jean Workman. I'm so very pleased to be here with everyone today. I'm the executive director of Every Baby Guilford, and Every Baby Guilford is a collective action movement happening here in Guilford County. But just a little bit of history of who we were and how we've gotten here. We were formerly for 30 years the Guilford County Coalition on Infant Mortality. We are a public-private partnership with our Guilford County Department of Public Health, meaning we're a nonprofit that has been housed up underneath public health as the strategic direction of infant mortality reduction in Guilford County. And I stepped into this role in May of 2019 and was looking at the infant mortality statistics since our inception in 1991. And I realized that the infant mortality disparity rate had not changed. From 1991, the Black infant mortality rate was 14.6 per 1,000 births. And in 2019, at that time, it's the latest data that we had, it was the same, 14.6, a rate of 14.6 per 1,000 births. For every 1 white baby that dies in Guilford County, 3 Black babies died before their first birthday. So these staggering statistics and lack of progress towards improvement prompted the coalition at the time to take a step back and embark on a planning and redesign process, and which started in June 2020, where we engaged diverse stakeholders in Guilford County to create some bold goals and strategies. We looked at the issues of maternal and infant health in Guilford County with an equity and social ecological lens. It allowed us to create a 5-year collective action strategic plan, and we redesigned and rebranded the coalition at the time to create this collective action movement, which allowed us to become Every Baby Guilford. We launched in June 2021 with a new brand, a new mission to ignite and mobilize Guilford County through partnerships and unified strategies to eliminate racial disparities and prevent infant deaths. And our vision is that every baby and family will have equitable opportunities and access to achieve the healthiest start in life. We are quite pleased by the movement that's been happening that allowed us to announce a bold goal in June of last year to eliminate or to reduce infant mortality disparities by 50% by 2026 and to eliminate those disparities in 10 years. So we are doing that through this collective action strategic plan. We recently got the latest data for Guilford County in North Carolina, and we're realizing there's still a lot of work to do in our community and in our state. Maternal health and infant health outcomes are key indicators for gauging the overall health and well-being of any community. And while Guilford County experienced an 18% decrease in the overall infant mortality rate in 2020, it still remains one of the highest in North Carolina. So we did see a small decrease of 18%, but there's still much work to be done within our community. Here you can see between the US, North Carolina, and Guilford County, some of the comparisons between the years. And Guilford County has always remained higher than the state and United States with regards to our infant mortality rates throughout the past 5 years. And we are one of the top 5 counties in North Carolina for our infant mortality rates. And then more importantly, when we look at comparisons by race, you can see here the first chart is our 5-year rates comparing white and Black infant mortality rates. And you can see that this disparity gap is not closing. The second chart are 5 years of 1-year rates by race, which shows a lot of fluctuation from year to year. So while the disparity gap is not closing between Black and white infants, we did experience a decrease by 24% in Black infant deaths in 2020. And this has been one of the highest declines that we've seen within the past 5 years. Something else to note in this second chart is for our Hispanic births, we did see an increase in infant mortality rates from 2019 to 2020. It went from a rate of 2.3 per 1,000 births to 8.6. That is a tremendous, an increase of 274%. While we don't want to be alarmed by that from year to year fluctuations, we really need to see longer trends in this. It does make us more aware of the impact possibly of COVID on our Hispanic births in Guilford County. So some of the factors that lead to infant mortality that Every Baby Guilford is looking at in our collective action strategic plan is access to care, so late or no prenatal care, how many birthing people are reporting either not having prenatal care at all at birth or entering into care in their second trimester. We're also looking at preterm births and low and very low birth weight rates as some indicators. And you can see here, again, 18% decline in overall infant mortality rate. We did see a decline in birthing people in North Carolina or in Guilford County reporting late or no prenatal care. So that was a great drop that we did see. Our preterm births, however, did increase by 5.5%. as well as low birth weight rates increased by 8.6%. We did see a decrease by 11% in very low birth weight rates. And then looking at these indicators by race, you can definitely see that it becomes very clear that Black women and their babies are doing disproportionately worse than white women and their babies in all 4 health indicators. And that in addition, Hispanic birthing people report the highest amount of late or no prenatal care in Guilford County. Black babies also make up the largest proportion of infant deaths in the community. In 2020, Black babies made up 43% of births in Guilford County, but 60% of those made up our infant deaths. So there's still quite a lot of work to be done in Guilford County. So I'm going to show a video that Every Baby Guilford had created to illustrate the impact of structural racism on maternal health that we believe has led to these disparities in our community. What we know, women who are African American, have a college degree, and have middle to upper class income using prenatal care compliantly have significantly worse outcomes than women who are white, don't finish high school, have low income, and are not using prenatal care compliantly. Every Baby Guilford is working to change that narrative of implicit bias and discrimination felt by birthing people of color in Guilford County. We are currently hosting racial equity trainings through REI for maternal healthcare providers to start bringing awareness to the impact of implicit bias and discrimination in our healthcare settings. We are also giving power to the Black maternal health experience in a project we are calling Amplifying Every Voice. Collectively, we will reduce infant mortality disparities by 50% by 2026. Working together, we collectively will ensure more Black babies are born healthy and live to celebrate their first birthday. We believe that when we create a healthy Guilford County for Black babies, then we create a healthy Guilford County for all of us. Thank you for letting me be here today, and I look forward to continuing on with the panel.
Thank you so much, Jean. Maya Hart, if you are ready, please come on in. Hi.
Good morning. Thank you all. Thanks all for having me. Thanks for being here with us on this Friday. And thank you, Jean, for setting some really important context as we think about this moment. We're definitely experiencing a maternal health crisis. And my hope is that by the end of my time here with you all this morning, we can start to see some of the ways that the crisis is being addressed and really provide some hope. Because I think sometimes when we only hear about the Black maternal health crisis, we're missing all of the incredible work that has always gone on by Black folks in this area and will continue to move forward. So I hope to shed a little bit of light on that. And I'm grateful to be here with you all. Like I said, my name is Maya, and I'm the North Carolina coordinator with Sister Song Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective. I identify as a mixed race Black queer mom to a 1.5-year-old. I'm also an organizer, reproductive justice advocate, and a million other things. But I'm grateful to be here with y'all today. I want to start out by sharing a little bit more about myself and my story as a birthing person, and then I'll finish up by letting y'all in a little more on who we are, Sister Song as an organization, and also really briefly just laying down the reproductive justice framework and hopefully grounding our conversation in that moving forward. So as I mentioned, I am a mom. It was something I knew growing up as a really young person. I knew I always wanted to be a mom and was fortunate enough to be able to really intentionally choose to be a mom when I wanted to be. And so I found out I was pregnant in January of 2020, 2 months before, of course, everything shut down because of COVID. So even though the pregnancy was planned and intentional, everything else unfolded in a way that I wasn't expecting and wasn't prepared for. But that is where Kiera Herford comes in, who played a huge role in setting up today's event. And I know you all will hear from her later this afternoon, but she was my doula. And for folks who maybe are less familiar with doulas provide emotional, physical, and informational support for birthing people and their partners, family, whoever else is involved in the process. And so we actually knew that we wanted to ask Kiera to be our doula before I even found out I was pregnant. And so I just can't begin to even describe how big of a role Kiera played in my process, prenatal, birth, labor, delivery, and certainly postpartum. So Kiera was there throughout my entire process. She helped us put together my birthing vision when I was still pregnant and was just on call answering millions of questions from me all of the time. And then was there when my child was born. She was there for almost the entire labor and delivery process, giving my partner a break, just making me feel so loved, supported, and seen throughout that process. And then I really had a difficult first few months really of the postpartum experience. And I didn't even necessarily think of the role that she would play in postpartum because I was so focused on giving birth. But she was just all hands on deck, answered my phone calls at different hours of the day and night, and just let me know that I was not alone and that it was okay to be feeling the things that I was feeling. So shout out to Kira, shout out to doulas. I hope that gives you all a picture of what doulas do, how important they are, and what an incredible intervention they are to addressing the health crisis that we are seeing. And also my goal in telling that story is that, you know, there are really positive birth outcomes that can happen. And that is an experience that I hope that everyone absolutely deserves to have that same experience that I have. So that is why I wanted to share that with you all this morning. And that leads me into talking a little bit more about Sister Song broadly and reproductive justice as a framework. So I'm going to share my screen and just walk y'all through a few slides. Okay, so like I mentioned, I'm the North Carolina coordinator for Sister Song Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective, and we were founded in 1977. Sister Song is a national Southern-based membership organization working to build an effective network of individuals and organizations to improve institutional policies and systems that impact the lives of marginalized communities. Our mission is to strengthen and amplify the collective voices of Indigenous and Black people and women of color to achieve reproductive justice by eradicating reproductive oppression and securing human rights. And I want to make a note here too, oftentimes the language around birth is sort of women and mom, pregnant woman by default. And I just want to make space here to make sure that we are also including gender expansive folks, gender oppressed people broadly. So you'll hear me refer to birthing people because we know not all people who give birth identify as women. So that is to intentionally make room and center the experiences of queer and trans folks as well. And when we talk about reproductive oppression, we are talking about the control and exploitation of women, girls, and individuals through our bodies, sexuality, labor, and reproduction. So before I jump into the definition of reproductive justice, which was already laid out for us so wonderfully, I just want to rewind and let y'all know that the reproductive justice framework came to be back in 1994 by a group of 12 Black women who recognized the ways that they felt Black folks and Black women in particular were excluded from the conversation around reproductive health care. And it had been a space predominantly dominated by white women. So these 12 Black women got together in 1994 and came up with the framework that we are about to walk through. And then 3 years later, in 1997, was the creation of our organization, Sister Song. So we define reproductive justice as the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. And there are 4 principles to reproductive justice. Every individual has the human right to 1, decide if and when they will have a child and the conditions under which they will give birth. 2, the human right to decide if they will not have a child and their options for preventing or ending a pregnancy. And I like to really highlight that one because I think when we talk about reproductive justice, we hear so much about birth and postpartum. And I want to also name that abortion justice is a huge aspect of reproductive justice as well. Every individual has the human right to 3, parent the child they already have with the necessary social supports in safe environments and healthy communities and without fear of violence from individuals or the state. And finally, every individual has the human right to personal bodily autonomy, free from all forms of reproductive oppression. And our executive director, Monica Simpson, added that 4th bullet point, the bodily autonomy point, years later because she recognized the ways in which her identity as a Black lesbian woman was not always centered, because the conversation always focused around cis heterosexual women. And so bodily autonomy was added to, again, be gender inclusive and folks with varying sexualities as well. And so what does reproductive justice, what does it look like? What does it feel like? How will we know when we've achieved reproductive justice, reproductive freedom? So our vision for reproductive justice is when all people have the economic, social, and political power and resources to make informed decisions about our bodies, sexuality, and reproduction for ourselves, our families, and our communities in all areas of our lives. So that is what we are working towards every day. And lastly, I'll just leave you all with a little bit of some ideas and a little taste of what Sister Song is up to. I'm the North Carolina coordinator, so I'm here in Durham, North Carolina, but we are actually based in Atlanta, Georgia. So most of our staff are in Georgia, and we also have a Kentucky state coordinator in Louisville. So in North Carolina this year, I'm leading a cohort called Mothering in Abundance, which is a 6-month-long cohort for mothering people and people who have all different types of relationship to mothering, not just literally birthing and raising children, but we are going through a 6-month cohort, which involves monthly leadership development trainings, as well as monthly sort of community building, social events to really build longer term relationships and pull folks into Sister Song more broadly and build these long lasting relationships. A lot of my work also here in North Carolina is, as I mentioned, connecting the reproductive justice framework to the fight for abortion justice, as we see abortion so deeply under attack right now. Sister Song also has a birth justice team. And so they right now are expanding our care fund, which is essentially a mutual aid fund that was designed to provide financial support for folks, birthing people who were negatively impacted by COVID. And so that care fund started in Georgia and is currently expanding into North Carolina and Kentucky. Our birth justice team also leads advanced doula trainings, as well as Mama Talks, which is a postpartum talk and support group for birthing people. And a few other things we do. We lead Reproductive Justice 101 trainings for organizations that are really looking to build and make structural changes in their organizational strategy and functioning to center reproductive justice in the long term. And then lastly, I just want to name Danielle, our Georgia state coordinator, played a huge role in shutting down the Irwin County Detention Center in Georgia, which was an ICE facility in Georgia. So just wanted to point out all the different ways and all the different types of projects that center reproductive justice. That's just a little bit about what we are up to. And I think that is it. Thank y'all so much for having me. I'm looking forward to being a part of the panel.
Thank you so much, Maya. Shawnee Benton Gibson, if you're ready, come on in.
Greetings. Definitely ready and feeling really inspired by everything that has been shared thus far. Thank you for my two colleagues that went before me, and looking forward to add to the conversation. I want to begin by sharing a video with you all that was created by my daughter actually in 2020. So some of the stats may be adjusted, because we have new information in this current season that we're in. But it's really about the messaging in the video. So looking forward to watching with you, and then also sharing a bit more about myself and my journey once the video is complete. So watch.
This is not okay.
How does your heart stop at 26?
I need a CT scan and a heparin drip.
Systemic racism.
This was America's dirty little secret.
She walked out of the hospital room so her mother wouldn't worry, and told the nearest nurse between gasps that she needed a CT scan with contrast and IV heparin, a blood thinner, right away. The nurse thought her pain medicine might be making her confused. But Serena insisted, and soon enough a doctor was performing an ultrasound of her legs. I was like, a Doppler? I told you I need a CT scan and a heparin drip, she remembers telling the team. The ultrasound revealed nothing, so they sent her for the CT, and sure enough, several small blood clots had settled in her lungs.
We are in the midst of a maternal mortality crisis that is so shameful. But not only was I shocked by the fact that we were in this crisis, I was even more appalled by the fact that nobody was talking about it. That this was America's dirty little secret. I had to do something. I didn't know what I could do. I didn't know how I could make an impact, but I felt like I owed it to Kira and I owed it to my sons.
A 26-year-old woman died during childbirth. She had a C-section. She never saw her baby. Well, tonight her family is asking if a hospital overwhelmed with treating coronavirus patients contributed to her death.
to the CDC, Black babies are twice as likely to die before reaching their first birthday than white babies.
I had an extremely difficult pregnancy. I had high blood pressure. I developed toxemia, preeclampsia, and in the womb, one of my baby's heartbeat paused a few times, so I had to get an emergency C-section.
Friends and family grieving and broken over the sudden death of Shayeja Washington, the young mom-to-be appearing healthy and excited in the final days of her pregnancy. But last week, after entering Woodhull Hospital here in Brooklyn, Shayeja died. It was after an epidural during an emergency C-section, and no one seems to know why. She gave birth to a healthy baby, Chloe, but the baby's father, Juan Lopez, and his family now left to raise her without a mother.
I think that Shamani's death was a direct result of systemic racism.
Shamani died a couple days after giving birth of a pulmonary embolism. Her partner Omari says her constant complaints of difficulty breathing went unheard.
Greetings again, everyone. I'm just inviting you to breathe and to activate your lungs. I know, and my colleague Maya just shared earlier, that this is not just about the loss and the devastation that Black and Brown communities or BIPOC communities are experiencing. This is also about the triumphs and the shifts in the system that are occurring as we speak. And this convening is one of those examples of how we're spreading the word and taking action to make shifts and changes in the systems that will save lives of BIPOC folks. My name is Shani Renee Trellis Benton Gibson. I'm 53, fierce, fly, and free. And the last image that you saw of Shamani Makiba Gibson is of my daughter. She was 30 years old when she succumbed to a birth-related pulmonary embolism. That was on October 6, 2019. And the fight to keep her name alive as someone who was educated about her reproductive choices and had agency in reference to her body in many, many ways, as a performance artist, as a dancer, as a business owner of 2 businesses, as a mother of 2, one of which she only got to be with for the first 2 weeks of his life. I'm a stand for the one day that she died, not to take center stage from the thousands of days that she lived. And so I am the CEO of Spirit of a Woman Leadership Development Institute, where we are a stand for women of color to be all that they can be. And I'm also the co-founder of the ARIA Foundation. ARIA stands for the Advancement of Reproductive Innovation through Artistry and Healing. And it was established in Shamani's memory and in the memory of other women like Shayeja Washington, like Kira Johnson, like Yolanda Shifra Kadima, like Shalon Irving, so many names that can be called, and so many who have passed since Shamani lost her life. And I just want to make sure that we understand that no matter what the circumstances of the birthing person who transitions, doing the most natural thing, which is to bring new life into the world, we need to recognize the need for equity and balance and adequate care for all. Some of us get caught up, and I saw in the video that was shared earlier, that there's this misconception, like what Jean shared in her video, about what's happening with BIPOC birthing people that leads to their deaths. And what was said is it's absolutely true that those things are not the case, making up that BIPOC folks are not taking care of themselves, or that they have made life choices that place them in danger, that there are issues around obesity or diabetes and other things that may create more risk for giving birth to a child or children, that those things are the main source of why they end up having life-threatening complications or end up actually dying. I also want to be very, very careful in my share that we not go into a space of making up that if a person does have a chemical dependency issue, if they do have issues around obesity, or if they have other medical issues, that they are to blame for those issues. And as a result of not taking care of themselves, so to speak, they contributed to their own deaths or near-death experiences. We are deserving, no matter what our circumstances are, of more than adequate care, because it's beyond having a standard of care. It's about making sure that those who identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color have extra support, because these systems are not designed to take care of us. I am a stand to ensure that those who are in the field of reproductive health, and any field that is connected to the care and covering of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and anyone, no matter how you identify, that they be trained and developed in not just DEI. You know, to me, once we experienced the pandemic, and then also watched George Floyd have his life snuffed out, that it's important for us to be talking about white supremacy culture and the impact that systemic racism has on the care for BIPOC folks. It is important for us to call it what it is, that these systems that have been designed in this country were not built with BIPOC folks in mind, and that there is the insidiousness of racism and bias and discrimination that is baked into these systems. And our healthcare system is one of those systems that has been most impacted, that our bodies are not respected. And when I say our, once again, I'm talking about those who identify as BIPOC, and that this commodification of the medical field and the medicalization of birth has contributed to our deaths and made it more dangerous for us to go into the hospitals and receive the care and the guidance and support that we need to deliver our babies safely and to come out on the other side with a living birthing person and a living child. I am blessed to be part of a documentary called Aftershock. I'm not sure who in this space got an opportunity to witness it. It was part of the Sundance Film Festival and also South by Southwest that just happened a few weeks ago, and it will be part of a Canadian film festival. And it was also picked up by Disney, Onyx, and Hulu, and will be shown in wide distribution. The reason why I'm bringing that up is that Aftershock, in the very name, speaks to what happens when a birthing person's life is nearly snuffed out, or if they actually die doing, delivering a baby or babies, like what the impact is. I always say that Shamani's death was the earthquake or the tsunami. What has happened since then, as we continue to raise her children and we continue to heal as a family, is the aftershock. Shamani was a two-time business owner. So there's an aftershock of that income and that contribution to society being taken away. And I can also think about the other birthing people who have died and what their families have lost and the implications for that 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later. There's a ripple effect. I had the benefit of talking to a 25-year-old the other day, and it brought me to tears hearing him speak about the fact that his mom passed when he was 7 years old, giving birth to his younger sister, and he never got an opportunity to unpack that and talk about it fully until he spoke with me, and still isn't clear about what the real source of the death was. Aftershock. When I think about all of you sitting in this space being impacted about hearing the stories, not necessarily knowing the women, aftershock. When I think about me hanging out with my now 5-year-old and now 2-year-old grandchildren, and the fact that I'm at this space of celebration with them and just playing and connecting and thinking about how their mother was missing the opportunity to do that. Aftershock. So I do not tell you this to make you feel bad. I am speaking this into the space so that you can be informed and activated so that you can take action in your community. So I'm going to drop a link into the chat. Some of us don't know the stats for our own states regarding maternal mortality and the outcomes. I implore you to click this link and look for your state on the list. I know that my state, that the stats are 19.2, and my state is New York. And when I look at what we just saw in the video, Louisiana and Georgia keep flipping back and forth between number 1 and number 2 as far as maternal mortality rates. Louisiana is at 58.1 per 100,000 births, and Georgia's at 48.4 per 100,000 births. So I don't have family in Louisiana, but some of you might. I do have family in Georgia. I heard Maya mention Georgia in her presentation. I have family in North Carolina. I heard Jean talking about North Carolina in her presentation. I have young cousins. I have uncles and aunties. I have folks who are of childbearing age in these states, and I'm concerned about their well-being. Indiana, 43.6 per 100,000 births. New Jersey, my neighbor right here, all I have to do is drive for 30 minutes and I'm in Jersey. Newark, 38.1 per 100,000 births. Don't have family in Arkansas that I know of, but 37.5 per 100,000 births. This is important for all of us to know. Once again, I lost my daughter, but I am saying this for all the daughters. I'm thinking about what Christina shared, being a mother of a 12 and a 14-year-old. I'm thinking about what Maya shared about being a mother of a 1-year-old. No matter what gender they are, they may choose to experience the beauty of birthing and reproduction, and they may choose to bring life into the world in different ways. And the bottom line is, I want to make sure that these conversations manifest into actions that will transform the state of affairs for Black maternal health and maternal health for everyone across the United States and abroad. I thank you so much for listening. And I invite you, and maybe during the conversation, we'll talk about what is up next for the ARIA Foundation, and also what we are going to be doing to ensure during Black Maternal Health Week that we're amplifying the message about these journeys that Black and Brown folks are taking as they embark on their reproductive season in their lives, or if they choose not to, at least having the knowledge to look out for someone else. So once again, breathe. This conversation is about possibility. This conversation is about inspiration. This conversation is about life, not death. So I leave you with my daughter's name, Shamani Makiba Gibson. Shamani lives. She lives through these conversations. She lives through the documentary of Aftershock. She lives through her children. She lives through the remnants of the businesses and the artistry and the powerful leadership that she engaged in. She lives through everything that she did to ensure that Black and Brown folks were informed and transformed. And I thank you for listening and look forward to talking with you later on in the presentation. Peace and ashe.
Shani, thank you so much. And thank you for encouraging us all to breathe and hold ourselves and each other in this care. Before we move on, I'd like to echo that and just hold one more moment of space for the pain and the promise that you speak of, for our collective knowledge and our collective action, and how all of that is part of how we care for ourselves, for each other, and for our memories and our histories and our legacies. Thank you. I'm gonna take
my
that
pleasure.
breath.
Thank you.
All right, Cassie Map Ahmed, when you are ready, please come join us. Thank you.
And blessings, everyone. I invite everyone to take a breath in this space. My name is Cassie Mapamed. I am the CEO and founder of Village Shistula LLC. We have the pleasure to listen to the voices of our sisters as they had spoken about infant and maternal mortality statistics, about the personal experience of having a positive birth experience with a doula and how essential a doula is, the impact of aftershock due to maternal mortality. These are some of the reasons why I founded Village Shistula. But also because I am a woman, I am a woman, I am a Black woman, I am a sister, I am an aunt, I am a niece, and I'm also a woman who's carrying life inside of her right now. Through my experiences and hearing the voices of my sister's stories, I knew our story, not his story, had to be told and listened to, and to have the true freedom to speak our truth. Too often as Black women, our voices are silenced in corporate and academic and medical facilities and more. There was a time when the Black woman was placed with the blame of Black infant and maternal mortality due to poverty, biological factors, and other factors. However, it doesn't matter how much money you make or where you live. Look at Beyonce and Serena. But structural racism and explicit, implicit bias and not listening to our voices is killing us. As one of my amazing mentors, Shawnee Gibson, stated, there are no Black lives without the Black womb, and we must listen to our Black voices. It is essential to know our story, not his story, to know about our ancestors, our granny midwives, our grand midwives, our Negro midwives, those who were the healers and delivered life into our community. And to know our story of how our bodies were used for gynecological experimentation with no pain relief because they said we don't feel pain. However, today, our voices are still not heard regarding our physical and emotional pain. Listen to our story, not his story, as we apply storytelling to heal, unite, and improve reproductive justice. And think about how the laws were made and birth culture impacted our Black community. What was used by our granny midwives were outlawed, and now we have the highest infant and maternal mortality rates. It is essential to bring back our culture, our story, our village, our Black doulas to empower our Black birth families with physical, emotional, spiritual support, along with education, because still we rise, still I rise, still we forever rise, because it truly takes a village, and I am complete.
Wow, thank you all so much for sharing your expertise and your wisdom and your stories. I think Cassie said it really nicely with being able to share our, hold on to all of these different pieces and all of the stories that we have, and remembering the wisdom that comes through our bodies. We're going to move now into a Q&A for our panelists. So the panelists, if you'd like to turn back on your video, we can do that so people can see you. I would, if you would like to speak, you can raise your hand. There's at the bottom bar, you can either raise your hand, or you can, some of you have already been typing into the Q&A. I see that we have one hand raised. Lenny Roan, if you, would you like to, I can make it so you can speak. So or did you just put your hand down now?
My apologies. That was an accident. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. I am going to just share a little bit about what was in there. Shawnee, there was, several comments about the poignant and heart-wrenching video. Thank you for sharing. And also thanking you for the statistics that you shared. And then also there for other presentation. There's a great presentation. Thank you all. So if anybody has any questions, otherwise I'm happy to start out. Just need you to raise your hand if you need me to. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's one for you. Maya, if you can talk about where people can have access the Reproductive Training 101. This is by Connie.
Sure. Yeah, our trainer's name is Lori. And again, it's, as of right now, it's mostly for organizations. So just want to put that out there. There is a training fee, which can be discussed, but it is, it's a longer, more intensive training. So we usually ask that folks are able to carve out a day or two for for a larger group of people. But if that is still what you're looking for and interested in, you can email Lori, Lori, at sistersong.net. And maybe if someone's able to respond to that. So the email's written down as well. But again, it's Lori, Lori, at sistersong.net.
I can put that in there. Lori at sistersong.net. I am curious, as we're waiting for other people. Oh, okay, actually, there's one other one. I'll let other people speak. This is a question from Hoff Holler. Do any of the speakers have resources that we can use to reach out to our governments in each state to advocate for policy change? This person is coming from Alabama, who only recently made midwifery legal. Yeah, and that's sort of one of the questions. I know you all are coming from different perspectives, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on advocating in your space. So I don't know if anyone would like to address that about resources.
In New York, there's a commitment to ensuring that that birthing people have access to doula care, midwifery care. The mayor just made an announcement about money being poured into that effort and that commitment. And the mayor here is Eric Adams. And then the New York public advocate, Jamani Williams, has also made a commitment here. So there are lots of examples of how people in leadership, political leadership, are rallying to ensure that we transform the outcomes for BIPOC folks here in this city and the state abroad. So you can definitely do research and look that up if you come from my region. I can't speak for Alabama, but I can definitely say things are moving and happening in this state and other states as well.
Yeah, and I think I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, because I think it matters so much about where you're located. I mean, obviously, Shani, your map you really highlight some of those distinct disparities, and Jean, the work that you showed. And I know that we've had conversations, Cassie and Maya, about having access as a doula to health systems and what that looks like. And then Maya, your point around access to abortion services in terms of choosing when to parent. And this is that challenging moment in time, right, where states are passing laws. It's possible that there's sort of supportive laws are going out, and we'll hear later from our North Carolina representative Alma Adams about her push for the omnibus. But thinking about how much states matter, and thinking about that advocacy piece, or any thoughts about sort of how we can use the collective wisdom of other states, because I think it's great, Shani, that New York is doing that. North Carolina's a little bit, but I think further behind in that way.
Yeah, we're also definitely in North Carolina, definitely pushing for Medicaid expansion and coverage for doulas as well. So that's some other policy I would point to. And then in regards to abortion as well, I'm not sure if folks are familiar with crisis pregnancy centers, CPCs, but the government provides a massive amount of funding to these. They're not even, you can't even call them healthcare centers. They're fake. They don't provide actual abortion care, and they convince folks to not get abortions. But if you just Google, if it's wild, I'll let y'all Google it. There's a lot of information out there, but that's one thing that to write to your representatives about why we absolutely should not be funding CPCs and actually need to be providing funding for folks who are providing safe and healthy abortion procedures, like the Carolina Abortion Fund, for example.
Yes, thank you, Maya. I'm going to put a plug in. Cheryl Coley, hi Cheryl, asked if someone could provide information on action on maternal mortality committees in North Carolina. So Jean, maybe that's something that you can share and I can put in the Q&A. And then there's also a question from Che Logan. It says, when women of color, especially Black women, speak up and ask for proper health services, they are often viewed as combative or aggressive and are shut down by healthcare providers. Weaponizing security and law enforcement are often refused services. Who can women contact in cases like this? And two, what training within communities can women expect to receive, or how to navigate requesting services in white healthcare spaces? Thank you, Che, for those questions.
Amanda, for Cheryl's question, I'm not sure for maternal mortality committees in North Carolina. Maya might lean into you. That is a topic that every baby Guilford will be moving into because our focus for 31 years has been infant mortality, and there's such a broader, and we know discrimination and how that impacts maternal morbidity and mortality. So I would be very interested in also knowing any other committees that we could tap into as we expand our vision in future years. And Shay, for your question, one, I would say if it's North Carolina, the Medical Society, to contact those credentialing committees within a state for medical providers and report mistreatment. And then for Guilford County, we are creating, as a result of amplifying every voice, we will be creating some toolkits for both the providers for working with and eliminating implicit bias and discrimination in healthcare, and then also for consumers with how you navigate and deal with issues when they arise in Guilford County. So that will come out of our project of amplifying every voice.
Thank you, Jean. Does anyone else have any other comments about how women can navigate, or trainings for women to expect how to navigate? I don't know, Cassie, if you all talk about navigating spaces in your sort of prep, or if Kira did that with you, Maya.
Yes, we do. It's very essential. That's one of the benefits of having a doula, is given that training and understanding of how to empower yourself during your birth experience, how to communicate with your medical providers, and also how to advocate for yourself. If you don't feel comfortable with that medical provider, that's your life, that's your baby. You have that right to be comfortable with your medical providers. So frequently we will provide our clients with a listing of questions, prompt questions they can ask their medical provider. And also, we also mentor other birth workers who are interested in doing this work, because it truly takes a village, and equipping them with the tools of how they can, we don't speak for our clients, but empowering our clients to speak for themselves with their medical providers, and also advocating for other resources they need for themselves as well as their families.
Thank you. I think that's really important. And I think, Cassie, you've done such a nice job. And Maya, also, when you talk about, we think so much about doulas supporting the actual birthing experience, and thinking about how it's so much broader than that. It's the beginning, beforehand, and then also the supporting afterward, and how that becomes really important. Annie Vasquez, hi Annie, asked the question about advice for white women and how they can use their voice to help advocate for reproductive justice, without yelling over BIPOC voices, how to work with or for and not over. So that's a great question. Any advice for advocacy work, collaborative advocacy work? I don't know, Shani, if you have any thoughts about this, given all of the work that you've done after your your experience with your daughter.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. One of the things that was both shocking and beneficial is that I was in this work years before my daughter passed. And I speak about it in the documentary, and then, when I'm able to speak in these spaces, that the knowledge didn't save her. And the other piece is that I've been doing anti-racist work with organizations for many years, and just training and developing them to have courageous conversations about race, but to take action to become anti-racist institutions. And in most instances, the presence of white leadership is very dominant. And I speak with them all the time about how they need to understand how white supremacy culture works. We conflate that with being a white supremacist and, burning crosses and stuff. It's like, no, this insidiousness that white supremacy culture creates in spaces that has existed way before we were born, it toxifies work environments, whether they're reproductive work environments or other types, and just training and developing folks so that they can recognize when they're activating and living up and leading up out of white supremacy cultural characteristics and paradigms. So for example, I say this really quickly, either or thinking is one of those characteristics. perfectionism, paternalism. So when I think about a birthing person going to receive care and being treated as if they don't know their body. So if you're like, my body hurts here, or I'm feeling the baby hasn't moved. It's like, no, you don't know what you're saying. It can't be that. And I know best. So training and developing folks who are blessed to serve birthing people to really listen and check, how they show up in these spaces and how they're perpetuating the very thing they say that they do not want to, and how it can be unconscious. So bringing those issues to conscious space, and then having them practice and lead from a space that is anti-racist in structure and foundation. And that's my share about the work that I do and others that I partner with too.
Yeah, I think that that's so important. And, much of what you all, as you were all talking, talking about this systemic racism that exists in all of these systems, like all of the systems, the healthcare being a prime example of this. And so I think, and Jean, your video shared this too. And so I'm kind of wondering, the goal of Guilford County Every Baby, is to eliminate these disparities in 10 years. And I just feel like there's so many ways that we can address this. And I think the work, that Cassie and her village are doing is so important. And yet there's so much work to do at a structural level. And so this is where I'm like, how do we do that? Like, how do we do that? I mean, public health, we need to do this on so many things. And, Shawnee, you talked about George Floyd, and that's another example of, how, systemic racism is in police and in schools, and how we do this. And so, how do we do this? And then I've got some other questions from the audience.
Well, Amanda, I'll say for Guilford County, our first step in tackling structural racism in maternal health has been this year in our collective action strategic plan, implementing this race equity training. We're doing it in layers. We have focused in year one on healthcare institutions, so Cone Health, Atrium Health, Wake Forest Baptist, and Public Health. And we've made a really big push within those three entities to send staff to the groundwater training that REI puts on. We've hosted that, and we've hosted March of Dimes implicit bias training as well, and with a major push within those healthcare institutions. We've developed relationships within Cone Health and Public Health, and are developing relationships with the Atrium Health, Wake Forest Baptist, High Point Medical Center. And then we're also implementing phase 1 REI trainings with the goal that each of those healthcare institutions will create what we've been calling a strategy team, although I like this idea of a JEDI team, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion teams within those healthcare systems. And the JEDI teams, we were asking for each entity to create a team of 35 individuals, because REI phase 1 training is allowed up to 35 individuals. We've hosted 3 of those phase 1. We are hosting 3 of those phase 1 trainings in year 1. And then in phase 2 or year 2, our goal is to dig deeper and take those strategy teams within each of those healthcare institutions and do the now what. We've received this training. Now, what are we going to do about it? And we're going to work with an entity in Guilford County to provide some TA support for that now what. And the now what may look like organizational assessment tools that we get training on, and what we want to become part of the culture in those healthcare institutions to continuously implement to ensure that no undue harm is being created by implicit bias and discrimination. And then part of our next level and phases of our collective action work will then be to reach out to the private OBGYN practices within Guilford County, as well as primary care, because we've got a big interest when women who are birthing people who have chronic health conditions that need to be managed interconceptionally and being linked to a primary care setting. Well, we don't want to send them to a primary care setting where they experience implicit bias and discrimination for managing chronic health conditions. So we want to bring in primary health care providers, as well as even a vision for pediatric healthcare providers. And so we've got a lot of work to dig into and hold space. One of our healthcare institutions, Cone Health, I applaud the work that they are doing. They are digging deep. They're acknowledging their implicit bias and discrimination, and they're wanting to do something about it. And so they're serving as a role model for us all to follow here in Guilford County, and super proud of this work. And we know it's a process, and it's a process that's continuous. It's not a one and done, and we keep going at it. We want this to become part of the culture of all of these institutions, to acknowledge and admit that racism is a culprit to our maternal health outcomes, and that we're going to do something about it in Guilford County.
Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that there's such a comprehensive approach to that, because I do think it's going to take that in order to address it. We're out of time. I want to at least just say these last few points. Sarah Kennedy acknowledged Shani for talking about this work, and she said, I think it's also important for white people to give up power where they do not have the credentials, experience, empathy, or leadership traits of this work. They've worked in an international NGO that's only had white people in positions of power, and I want to see that changed. And I think that switching that model is excellent. Also, if any of the panelists have any information about Indigenous reproductive groups in North Carolina or elsewhere that we could put Jamila in Green in contact with. And then Jean, you just responded to the question about top of mind healthcare payer question. So I just want to take this last moment to again thank all of the panelists for your inspiration, your passion, your expertise, and thank you for sharing your time with all of us. So a big round of applause. I know you can't see anybody, but lots of thank yous. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes for our morning keynote. So thank you all again.
Thank you all so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm absolutely grateful and proud to be with you all on this beautiful spring day. This has been a long time coming, and very happy that we can do this. My name is Jasmine Gittrell Moore, and I'm a proud program partner and community representative in Greensboro, North Carolina with UNCG. Today, I'm very proud to introduce you all to a dynamic, phenomenal woman. Today, we have the pleasure and honor of hearing from Omishade Bernie Scott. Omishade Bernie Scott is a Black Southern 7th generation Native North Carolinian feminist, social justice advocate, and storyteller. Omishade has spent the better part of the past 25 years of her life focused on the liberation of marginalized people, beginning with her own community through advocacy work, philanthropy, community organizing, and culture work. She is a founding tribe member of Spirit House and previously served as a board member of the Beautiful Project, Village of Wisdom, Working Films, and Stone Circles. Omishade is the curator of the Black Girls Guide to Surviving Menopause, a multimedia project engaged in culture and narrative shift work through the centering and curation of stories from Black women, women identified, and gender expansive people. This project is a direct result of Omishade's finding herself and her peers living at the intersection of social justice movement work, creative healer identities, and aging. Omishade is a native of New Bern, North Carolina, and the 1989 graduate of UNC Chapel Hill. She is a proud mom of 2 sons, Shay and Taj, and resides in Durham, North Carolina. I want to also say that with all of those things that I just said about Omi, there's so much more. I want to briefly state before welcoming Omi to open up her camera that I first met Omi, I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago. And I have come to know Omi as all of the things that I've just listed in her bio, in her short bio. But Omi is so much more than that. Omi is a listener. She is someone who, while always elevating and lifting essential boundaries for self-care and healing, because healing starts with self, Omi does not know a stranger. Omi is kind and warm. She is beautiful inside and out. She is a friend. She is thoughtful. She is caring. She does women's work. I am hoping that you all get at least a tenth of that today. And when you hear her speak and talk and express the ways by which the work that we do and why we're here today is lifelong throughout the life course. Now I will mute myself and welcome Omi. Omi Sade, please.
Well, that was just wonderful. Thank you so much, Jasmine. And thank you all for inviting me to be here. So Amanda is going to be my beautiful and lovely assistant with the slides because I have a little bit of a story to tell you all. So first thing I want to say, thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me to be your keynote speaker this morning. It is my pleasure to be with you and to participate in Voices for Reproductive Justice. I want to begin with my own land acknowledgement, of course. I am zooming in from the occupied land of the sovereign Occaneechi-Sapona Nation, also known as Durham, North Carolina. I want to acknowledge the legacy of my ancestors, the enslaved, formerly enslaved, and community builders in Eastern North Carolina. And lastly, as Jasmine mentioned, I want to honor my children, Che and Taj, who are 30 and 13, and have taught me so much about my mothering shape and healing and love. So today I want to explore with you all this arc and through line of reproductive justice. And I want to do that with two stories and some facts. So to ground us in this idea that I want to posit, I first want to talk a little bit about speculative fiction. You can go to the next slide, Amanda. So speculative fiction is a genre of fiction that encompasses the works in which the setting is other than the real world. It's involving the supernatural, it's futuristic, other imagined elements. Classical or classic speculative fiction imagines an extraordinary global occurrence that forces the Earth's people to exist in parallel dimensions. Feels like where we are right now, right? Many Black feminist speculative fiction authors use the genre to speak to the lived experiences of people who have experienced generational oppression in this country and around the world. They use the power of story to reveal truths and that are relevant to our lives today. There are authors like Nnedi Okorafor, Tanann Reeve Dew, Mama Octavia Butler, and Durham's own Alexis Pauline Gumbs. I'm going to speak from Alexis's work. You can go to the next slide. In her book, Undrowned, Black Feminist Lessons from Marine Mammals, Alexis shares a story of the gray whale. Gray whales are world shapers. The only large whale to feed on the sediment of the bottom of the ocean, they leave massive trails on the underwater surface of the earth. They dig up nutrients that feed whole ecosystems, and they have been missing from the Atlantic Ocean since the end of the transatlantic slave trade. So what happened? Marine biologists say that it is still a mystery why the Atlantic population of the gray whales went extinct. Is it possible that whalers on the enslaving ships killed the gray whales and didn't report it? Was there already a smaller population of gray whales and they had thought maybe there are miscalculations or under documentation? Those are some of the theories so far. No one mentions the timing of the transatlantic slave trade as relevant to the extinction of the Atlantic gray whale, except for Alexis. And she goes on to say, I wonder if the toxicity of the slave trade and its impact on the ocean have been underreported. Lucille Clifton says that the Atlantic Ocean is a sea of bones. What is the half-life of this transubstantiation of a life into servitude? Does it ever dissolve? And those bones of the captives who freed themselves or left their bodies and were subsequently thrown overboard became what? Sediment. Filtered ultimately into the baleen of the Atlantic gray whale, right? So there's actually a digestive truth to the idea that the ancestors we lost in the transatlantic slave trade became whales. Could there have been an interspecies pact between those who would not survive the transatlantic slave trade? Could it be that the refusal to survive the slave trade could be transferred between species? Did the gray whale act out of solidarity, refusing the terms of the betrayal they held in their stomachs? Or, since researchers have recently discovered that gray whales can migrate between the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, did the Atlantic gray whale simply leave and migrate in response to their intimate knowledge of what exactly was at the bottom of slavery and joined the Pacific population. An allergy to marrowed flesh, a repulsion to lattice. And guess what? In 2013, 205 years after the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade, not slavery itself, but the trade, a gray whale appeared in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Namibia to the shock of whale watchers. And right now, as a commemoration of the 1619 arrival of enslaved Africans and their descendants continues with many ceremonies, including rituals, blessings, cleansings of the descendants of those who did survive the transatlantic slave trade, those of us who also may be related to those parents, siblings, cousins, and lovers who did not survive. If the gray whale is ready to return to the Atlantic, am I? You can go to the next slide. Our understanding, framing, and praxis of reproductive justice created by Black women 28 years ago should not be a strong line that we don't talk about. It is actually nonlinear and it is iterative. These women were and continue to be world shapers like the gray whale. We are in a constant state of knowing, learning, unlearning what it means to be authentically at the individual level and the systemic level, affirming, evolving, and protecting the bodily autonomy and agency of all people. This deep understanding and advocacy work spans an entire lifetime. Ironically, as someone who has been a reproductive justice advocate for over 15 years, I experienced the gap at the intersection of RJ as it relates to menopause, midlife, and aging. This is new territory that we can be more intentional about. Another part of our collective RJ story lives here. You can go to the next slide. So I'll begin by telling you a little bit of my RJ story. In the fall of 1979, I was 12 years old and living in Prince George's County, Maryland with my family. That fall, I entered the 7th grade at Thomas Johnson Junior High School, excited, anxious, clumsy, curious, and mostly ready for the journey into the late 1970s, during which I had witnessed the post-civil rights renaissance of opportunities for Black families into the early 80s, which held a thrilling sense of hope in the unknown. I had grown 3 inches the summer before, experienced my first kiss with a boy from my neighborhood who I had known since I was 4 years old. I had gotten one of my top 3 worst haircuts in my entire life that had to be fixed by our family beautician. What was supposed to be a Dorothy Hamill bowl style cut on thick, curly, kinky hair did not work. And it left me with a short haircut that took the entirety of 7th grade to grow out. I also started my period. Most specifically, I started my period on October 31st, 1979 in Mr. Barnes's math class. I had been waiting for over a year for that moment. You can go to the next slide, Amanda. I had been waiting for my period to arrive since I had read Judy Blume's Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret in 6th grade. I felt that I was in a perpetual state of waiting for my body to shapeshift from looking like a kid to looking more like a bona fide teenager, waiting to be noticed by the boys in my neighborhood as someone worthy of their immature romantic attention, wanting to stand out and fit in. While waiting for my period to finally make its debut, I was waiting and I was becoming a new version of myself. Born into, you can go to the next slide. Born in the late 1960s, my younger sister and I are the beneficiaries of the Civil Rights Movement, Black Liberation Movement, women's and reproductive rights movement, and sexual revolution in every way. Born in New Bern, North Carolina, to older parents who can trace their lineage back in Eastern North Carolina, 8 generations. We had moved on up like the Jeffersons, relocating from North Carolina to Washington, D.C. when I was 3 years old, and then to Prince George's County, Maryland when I was 4. Every family in our solidly middle-class neighborhood was Black, working good government jobs, had 2.5 kids. We were surrounded by exquisite expressions of Blackness 100% of the time in our community. Black music, Black food, fashion, church, culture. It was incredible and ubiquitous, but it did not extend to school. At our mostly white elementary school in Bowie, Maryland, where we were bused, there were 500 kids and less than 75 of us were Black. You can go to the next slide, Amanda. This is a picture of me in kindergarten. Check out the orange, yellow rope yarn bows. Those are my jam. This was the first place where I experienced the expectation that I would be the ombudsman for my entire community and culture. This dynamic would persist throughout high school and college. So much curiosity about what Black people think and do was layered with stereotypes, tropes, and what I now know to be microaggressions and racism. Queries about our hair, always our hair, and the use of Black slang perceived to be hip or cool, and the proverbial, so do Black people, insert all manner of ridiculousness here. Questions persisted. It was the 70s and we were proud to be Black, but I did not want to be a specimen in a petri dish. In our little elementary school, the conversation around sex, our conversation around sex and our bodies was solid, if embarrassing, for a classroom full of 12-year-olds. I will never be able to erase in my mind my 6th grade teacher talking about venereal diseases and simulating how to insert an OB tampon. These candid conversations were one part hippie infused peace and love and one part intentional sex education born out of decades of reproductive health and rights work. Educators wanted to make sure that young people coming of age had access to accurate information about their bodies and sex. I don't remember any of my classmates asking questions during that week carved out for sex education. I definitely don't recall any of the Black students asking questions. In retrospect, I don't know if this was a function of the kind of embarrassment that kids sometimes naturally feel when broaching a topic, or if it was another example of not wanting to feel like the questions or thoughts that I might share as an individual had to represent all 12-year-old Black girls everywhere. Anyway, we all mostly sat silent as Mrs. Slurth handed out maxi pads and tampons for us to take home like it was Halloween candy at the end of the week. You can go to the next slide. It is also clear to me that's me when I was 3, and that's my mom, who is an ancestor. Her name is Mary. It is also clear to me now that less than a year after starting my own period, while I was entering a new phase of imminent womanhood or personhood, my mother was likely in the middle of her own menopausal journey and in a process of becoming a new thing again. My body's navigational systems were coming online, signaling that I was moving from being a girl to being more of an adult. This new identity was not just connected to physical changes of my body, but also emotional changes and how I would understand my gender identity, my relationships, my developing sexuality. I imagined that my mother's body was also recalibrating, a system rebooting, if you will. In menopause, she was making similar adjustments and stretching her identity secretly, reshaping herself while supporting me through the phase into my own personhood as it took shape for the first time. Next slide. So the naming and framing of menopause came online in 1821. The term was coined by the French physician, Dr. Charles Pierre Louis Desjardins, and one of the first articles on the subject titled Menopause, the Critical Age of Women. Clearly the male naming of what was historically perceived to be a woman or women identified experience was the beginning of a problematic journey in women's health. Dr. Desjardins' explanation of how people with ovaries experience hormonal changes was reflective of so much of the pseudoscience of the early 19th century. Fraught with stereotypes and patriarchal tropes, menopause became another reason to assert the fragility of the feminine form, mind, body, and spirit. It presented the male-dominant culture with another opportunity to oppress women and women-identified people through the science of the growing field of gynecology. Menopause was and continues to be pathologized and problematized. Next slide. By 2025, there will be over 1 billion people, 1 billion people experiencing menopause in the world, which will be 12% of the entire world population of 8 billion people. because the vast majority of people who will experience menopause will likely experience it at after 45, the age of 45. The chances that this will occur during this time tends to be closely tied to aging. This is important to note because how we as a society or culture relate to aging or revere our elders can be reflective of how we perceive aging and our own mortality. Often when people talk about going through the change, it brings up all kinds of images of tearful, rageful, sweaty, emotional women. This journey is not seen or held as a positive transformation with a spectrum of stages and manifestations, but an ending to be cloaked in fear. Another more potent way to frame menopause as an experience is to see it as actually another representation of a rites of passage that is present to the liminality of the experience. In anthropology, liminality is the quality of ambiguity or disorientation that occurs in the middle stage of a ritual, when the participant no longer holds their pre-ritual status, but have not yet begun the transition to the status they will hold when the ritual is complete. It is believed during these liminal periods of transformation, social hierarchies may be reversed or even temporarily dissolved. The constancy of cultural traditions can become uncertain, and future outcomes, once taken for granted, may be thrown out with doubt. The dissolution of order during liminality creates fluid, malleable situations that enable new institutions and customs to become established. It is a transformation to the next iteration of you. But there are very few public conversations seriously lacking instruction or guidance to help you prepare. This is one of the reasons why I started the Black Girl's Guide to Surviving Menopause, to help normalize menopause and aging and expand the reproductive justice framework. I created this space for myself, my mother, my aunties, my friends, and for you. It is a safe space to center the stories and give voice to the experiences and journeys of Black women, women identified and gender expansive people through the liminality of menopause together. Next slide. So how do we prepare the next generation of reproductive justice advocates? How do we ensure that the through line extending to those 12 founding mothers of RJ, next slide, and I'm going to call their names because we often talk about these 12 founding mothers, but we need to say their names because we know that oftentimes when Black women shoulder and do the emotional, intellectual labor, we are rendered invisible and we fall prey to historical erasure. So I'm going to call their names. Toni M. Bon Leonard, Terry James, Cynthia Nubile, Wynette P. Willis, Reverend Alma Crawford, Bisola Marigne, Loretta Ross, Kim Youngblood, Evelyn S. Field, Cassandra McConnell, Elizabeth Terry, and Abel Mabel Thomas. How does that through line connect to each of you? How do we remember to invest in reproductive justice advocacy, study, research, education, and policy work that is truly intergenerational? You can go to the next slide. I imagine that there are folks participating in this conference today who have a commitment to some type of daily practice, whether that is a physical, spiritual, or grounding practice in justice and equity. You may not be good at this practice every day. You may sometimes get fatigued or discouraged. And when you do, I imagine that you find your way back. Next slide. A commitment to developing a deep understanding and practice of reproductive justice in this political landscape will challenge you. It will surface all of your learning edges. It can create the same type of discomfort when you begin a new practice. There will be things that you do not know that you get to learn. There will be things that cause deeper introspection around what you thought you knew that you get to unlearn. There will be a deep joy and growth in knowing that this new path you place your feet on just might save us all. Next slide. Adrienne Marie Brown, who is also a fantastically amazing speculative fiction author and activist who recently moved to Durham. In her book, Emergent Strategies, Shaping Change and Changing the World, provides a roadmap and reminds us that there are things that we can look to in nature to assist us with deep community change and justice. Remember the gray whales? Adrienne reminds us that everything is connected. The soil needs rain, organic matter, air, worms, and life in order to do what it needs to do to give and receive life. Each element is an essential component. We are all essential elements in the spectrum of work and lives touched by reproductive justice, no matter how young or old you are. We don't fall off of a perimenopausal cliff. This is all about all of us. From the beginning of our lives to the end, from the new RJ student to the sage RJ advocate, we are interconnected and we all matter. Next slide. Organizing takes humility. This is what Adrienne says, and I'll end with her words. Organizing takes humility, selflessness, and patience and rhythm, while our ultimate goal of liberation will take many expert components. Some of us build and fight for land, healthy bodies, healthy relationships, clean air, water, home, safety, dignity, humanizing education. Others of us fight for food and political prisoners and abolition and environmental justice. Our work is intersectional and multifaceted. Nature teaches us that our work has to be nuanced and steadfast. And more than anything, that we need each other at our highest natural glory in order to get free. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful, powerful encouragement and reflection. And we're going to take some moment now for some questions and answer. And so if everybody that's listening, if you have questions, go ahead and prepare them in our question and answer, but you can raise your hand with the raise hand bar icon at the bottom. I can call on you and unmute, and then we can hear your question. So you can say it out loud with us. So I see that we have a comment of just appreciating you. Mad shout out to you. Yes, already. So as people are preparing their questions, I was thinking to start with one. And being that I'm also from Durham, was just thinking about the things that you've been sharing and all of the wonderful authors you've been lifting up that's been so powerful. But even in light of that, I was thinking more about motherhood shifts and how has menopause informed mothering in a different way?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think that's a really, really good question. You know, I think I started off this keynote with something that I really believe about my mothering as well. It's nonlinear and it's iterative. And so my mothering shape, I had my sons 16 years apart. I had Che when I was 25 and I had Taj when I was 41. And I know that my mothering shape has changed. One, because they are two very different individuals who needed different things. I also know that I likely worked out a lot of my motherhood, like rough edges on Che. You know, he's my firstborn, my first child. And so much I learned about what mothering can look like, what is available to me, separating myself from some of the notions that I grew up with around mothering and communication and punishment and things like that. Like Che was the person who helped me start to detach from some of those things and start to reimagine what my parenting shape would look like with him and also what my co-parenting shape would look like with his father. And then having Taj at 41, you know, he and I both got to be the beneficiaries of that experience. And I think what menopause has gifted me with is the notion that I can continue to shed and unlearn things that are not useful, that are not healthy, that are not loving, that are not kind. And that the communication that I have with Taj around his body, around consent, around emotional health, around our family and our ancestors, and around justice and equity continues to expand. I think that both the boys have taught me that I matter, and that if I'm unwell, the entire family is unwell. And that's an important thing that I kind of carry with me as I'm moving into my 55th year of life. My birthday's in 17 days, and I'm very present to being a postmenopausal person, because I am postmenopausal. I have not had a cycle since 2013, and I'm also a midlife person. And all of the ways that informs everything that I do, right? So I don't compartmentalize any of my shapes. Like, I know that I have multiple identities because I do believe in intersectionality, but I don't believe in compartmentalizing. And so what I have learned about mothering, I have also learned about friendship. What I have learned about friendship, I have also learned about work. What I've learned about work, I have also learned about sex. What I've learned about sex, I have also learned about healing. So all of these things are a part of a continuum that I think sits in the seat of what we call reproductive justice. And so I said in jest, I feel like we arrive at perimenopause and folks just kind of fall off a cliff. But there is a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of research to be done. There is a lot of advocacy and policy work to be done for menopausal people firmly inside a reproductive justice framework that is not happening in any consistent way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And I would love to hear the expansion on that about the advocacy, but I'm going to go to the question that we have from a participant. It says, hi, Omi, great presentation. What suggestions do you have for trauma-informed intergenerational conversations? For examples, daughters, mothers, aunties, sisters, grandmothers, etc., among families about reproductive justice?
Right. I think this is a very beautiful question. I think that we all are experiencing trauma-informed conversations. There are times where I hear someone say, how do we do trauma-informed work for those people? I'm like, we all have experienced trauma because we all live in this country. Whether whether it's deep trauma, deep generational trauma, or is, trauma that we are adjacent to, like in some way, shape, or form, we have all experienced trauma, especially if you move in the world as a woman or a woman identified person, especially if you move in the world as a woman or woman identified person who is Black or Indigenous or a person of color, right? So then it gets deeper when you think about your own family story and your own family history. And so one of the things that I suggest in beginning conversations is to engage in storytelling. Storytelling is such a potent tool. It is such an equalizer. So I encourage people to tell stories of what they understood or understand to be true about their bodies and where did they get that from. So start from your first person narrative. So let me tell you my story. Let me tell you my period story. Let me tell you my story around my understanding of sexual expression or sexuality and where I got that from. Let me tell you my birthing story. Let me tell you my story first. I'm gonna tell you my story. So part of telling your story is making yourself vulnerable to your children. Part of telling your story is humanizing yourself to your children. My mother passed away when I was 31 years old. And during the pandemic in 2020, I found out that my mother had been married when she was a student at Bennett College. Did not know this. So I feel like what was offered to me by getting this new information 20 years plus after her transition, by way of a nephew that I did not know I had, an amazingly beautiful queer nephew I did not know I had, was a reminder that we are more than one thing. And I'm grateful that my mom, as an ancestor, still wanted us to know more of her story. She sent someone as her proxy to tell us her story, that she had married an abusive person who was violent and who beat her, and how she had to leave 2 children behind that we did not know she had. And she never saw her children again. So all of this information is part of my mother sharing her story with me, and then me remembering in my story with my boys that I'm more than one thing. I'm more than their mom. I'm more than someone's ex-wife. I'm more than someone's little sister or daughter, right? So it's important for us when we're thinking about a trauma-informed conversation, right? A trauma-informed, everybody's unique, but I think the equalizer is story. I think the equalizer story, what you feel comfortable sharing, and your ability to share more parts of your personhood, and then inviting your child to share their story, and for you not to assign any shame or embarrassment for yourself or for your child in sharing that story, to open the space up really fully to their curiosity, to their questions, and to be able to say to your child, if you don't know the answer, I don't know, but I want to commit to finding that out together. Can we do that together? And I think that that is a very powerful way that we get to disrupt some of the shame and stigma around talking about our reproductive justice journeys. And you also get to have conversations that are very age appropriate with your children, but they get to see you more fully. And that's really important for us to support the next generation of really healthy, grounded, emotionally safe children, to know I can tell my story and I can set, appropriate boundaries, and that my story will be held with compassion, no shame or judgment.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think we're so much in society looking for ways to humanize ourselves, especially for Black people. How is it that we humanize and share that, especially within our families? So thank you. The next question is from Sarah Kennedy, and the previous question was from Ty Rochelle. Thank you, Ty. And from Sarah Kennedy, we have fantastic presentation. Thank you. Other than advocacy, research, and policy, what have you found works to free people who experience menopause from pathology / medicalization of these natural bodily processes?
Sure.
How do we break from these mindsets?
Sure. So I'll say a little bit about the Black Girls Guide as an example of what we do. So the Black Girls Guide to Surviving Menopause is a multimedia project. We came online in 2019 after I took a sabbatical from social justice work. And we do a couple things. We do storytelling. So we have a podcast. I think people love to listen to stories, whether it's in person or on a podcast or whatever. Like listening to someone's story that either resonates with you, you're like, absolutely, this is exactly what I'm feeling, or gives you an opportunity to I never thought about it that way before. So it kind of provides a bridge to some introspection for you and some curiosity for yourself. So we are in season 4 of the podcast, and we have talked to people who experience menopause and what a traditional person would say as they got older. We also have talked to people who experience menopause early on in their age, in their 30s and 20s, because of ovarian insufficiency or ovarian failure, or because they had cervical cancer. We've had several conversations with genderqueer, trans, gender non-binary, gender expansive people who are wholly erased in the conversation around menopause and aging, and like talk about, well, what does it mean to be a person with a uterus and ovaries who's experiencing and navigating menopause and midlife, and how that is complicated or impacted by your gender identity and sexuality in terms of the type of care and support and acknowledgement that you receive. We've also talked about sex and sexual pleasure in menopause, and how good sex is possible during and after menopause. I just want to be very clear about that. During and after menopause, and also how menopause and mental health can come together. There's a lot of research and studies and work around. Shani said, "I'm a witness." Hallelujah. Yes. But there's a lot of research around the connection between menopause, hormones, and cognition. Estrogen floods your entire body. Your whole body is bathed in estrogen. Your brain, your joints, your breast, your womb, your vagina, your vulva, everything is bathed in estrogen. And when your estrogen levels fluctuate, as they diminish, right, different things kind of get amplified in terms of what you need to pay particular attention to. That is not a statement in brokenness, and that is not a statement of dis-ease. It is a statement of change. And some people's change is more intense than other people, right? So when we think about mental health and emotional care, we've talked about that. We've had therapists on the show. We've had sexologists on the show. We've had millennials take over the podcast because we want to have these intentional intergenerational conversations and ask us questions. We also host intergenerational storytelling conversations where we provide an opportunity with a question prompt that everybody answers. So this is not one of those moments where I, as a 55-year-old, tells a 28-year-old or a 35-year-old, even a 40-year-old, this is what you need to do to be prepared. We are all answering the same question about how we experience our bodies. We are all answering the same question about how we navigate grief. We are all answering the same question about how we navigate rage or pleasure or change or taking risk. Because what we're trying to remind us is that there's so much connective tissue between who we are and who we will be. And so this is not one of those hierarchical where the elder in the room is going to speak to the younger people in the room. This is very flat, intergenerational conversation. The next thing we did is we published a zine. So some people don't want to listen to a podcast. Some people don't want to, participate in it. They might want to check something out. So we did some publications. We have a publication called Messages from the Menopausal Multiverse, which was a zine that we offered to the community after George Floyd and Breonna Taylor's murders. As a balm, we think that there is a lot of wisdom and healing from the menopausal multiverse. I am absolutely a nerd. I am absolutely a blurred Afrofuturist. And so I think that the multiverse exists and there is wisdom there that we wanted to offer to our community. And then lastly, we did participate in some advocacy and policy work. So In Our Own Voice, Reproductive Justice Organization pulled a table together. Sister Song was a part of this table, a lot of other, AFIA Center, a bunch of, Black Feminist Futures, a bunch of RJ organizations came to this policy table to create a policy agenda for the new administration. And I got to co-author the section on menopause and aging with the Black Women's Health Imperative. And in that, we talked about what people need to understand about menopause and aging statistically, and also how it impacts Black women, women identified and gender expansive people, but also how that impacts our economics and housing and relationships and healthcare, and the recommendations around more intersectional research and the recommendations around more policy that supports menopausing and aging people. So that's kind of what we're up to. And that's my approach to addressing it from a lot of different standpoints. One of the slides I posted had myself and had Karen, author, who is the podcast host of Menopause Whilst Black in the UK. We have struck up a beautiful relationship with Black women in the UK. There is a person named Tania Gilby who does queering menopause. She's done substantial work and research on the issues for the LGBTQ+ and genderqueer and trans communities around menopause and aging. Heather Corena, who is gender nonconforming, gender non-binary, has a book that talks about their particular experience with perimenopause. And then you have Jen Gunter, who has the Menopause Manifesto from a feminist perspective to talk about menopause. So there's a lot of, the field is growing. And I think it's growing because Gen Xers are trying to figure out how we navigate this. And we want to make sure that the road and the path is wide open.
Yeah, well, thank you for that work on the national, international level, paving the way, because it's cutting edge, and I'm so thankful to hear about what you're doing. I'm going to continue to follow it. And so we do have another question from Chi Logan, and it says,
it's Che, right? Che? My son's name is spelled the same way, so I believe it's Che.
It's Che, okay. So it's a question about, if you are unwell, the entire family is unwell, what ultimately seems like a lot of pressure, it still requires you to be well for others. How do you be well mentally and emotionally for you, detached from the responsibility of being well for others? Are women guilted into the responsibility to be well because they are mothers? Is self or others more important, or are they equal?
Listen, Che Logan, this is the plot twist. So Christina and I have been having this running joke around plot twist. So this is the plot twist. This is my, in my 50s unlearning. So truth in advertising, real-time vulnerability moment with you all. This has been the crux of my unlearning, that I actually deserve to center my wellness for me first, that I get to center unlearning how I need to show up in an obligatory way for other people. That's toxic, that's unnecessary. I don't know if folks follow the NAP ministry, but this sister is phenomenal, and Trisha Hersey has done so much work to help Black people across the board, but in particular Black women, understand our relationship to rest and care. And I found Trisha at the beginning of my sabbatical. And what Trisha offered me, and she doesn't even realize she offered this to me, is that she offered me an opportunity to realize that my relationship with rest is terrible. My relationship with care is terrible. And I am carrying a baton that was handed to me from my mom, from my grandmother, from my aunties, where the family life is constructed around mama, and mama being well, and mama being the center, but mama not being cared for or taken care of unless she is sick. And so what I have been unlearning is that I deserve to be met not only at my need, but also at my desire. I deserve to be indulged simply because I exist, not because I'm somebody's mom, not because I'm a reproductive justice advocate or a social justice advocate, not because of what I do in the world or who I'm in relationship with, simply because I exist, because I breathe and take in air into this body that is amazing and deserves care first from me. And that anyone that I'm in community with, whether it is a friend or a colleague or a comrade or a family member or a lover or a partner, gets to be complicit in my care, right? But I get to care for myself first. So this is a part of my therapy, literally with my therapist, is detaching myself from that notion, right? And it's challenging. But I think something that Jean said when in the last segment, when talking about mortality rates, and when Black babies and Black mothers are healthy, everybody's healthy. It is a truism. If I am able to focus my energy on my health and my well-being and my care and my rest and my renewal, the power of that does get diffused throughout. You know, energy is energy. And so if I'm moving in my family as a happy, healthier person, that does affect my relationships. It does, in fact, affect my relationship. I want it to affect my relationships, but I am not responsible in the way that I used to think about being responsible. As a parent, I, especially as a parent who still has a child at home, I take my parenting relationship very seriously. And I also recognize that my child is watching me. And through watching me, he is observing that he matters, that his care matters, that the way he treats himself, the way he thinks about himself is really critical. So both of the boys do get to be the beneficiaries of seeing their mom struggle with taking care of herself, commit to taking care of herself, unlearn some of the systemic and patriarchal notions around you shouldn't take care of yourself. And that makes them, or affords them, an opportunity to think about their care. So I see them as separate and apart, but also coming back together is really complicated. I'm grateful for the question. I'm grateful for the question that I've been asking myself for these last 5-7 years. It's like, Omi, what do you want to do to take care of you, for you, for you?
Yeah, and that's even a question that we have too in the chat. We have in the Q&A some more appreciation for what you've been sharing, the resources, and that they needed to hear this. Thank you. And about self-care is so important. This is a question from, is it Brittany Friday? I believe that it's so important to take time out for yourself, especially for mothers. So what does self-care look like for you? So you were just getting ready to go a little bit more into that.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing that is a constant for me around self-care is therapy. Good, consistent therapy. I have shared very publicly, so anybody who might be familiar with my social media or know me in real life know that I've been very honest and open about my relationship with depression and anxiety. Therapy has been one of the most essential parts of my self-care that I have gifted to myself, that I have invested in myself. I'm very happy to say that I continue to go to therapy now from a place of what I call neutrality. You know, it's like a prophylactic. I do it from a place of a proactive place now. But I also have been in a place where it was very challenging and I needed so much care and support. And so therapy is absolutely a part of my self-care. I also, self-care is also spending time with people who don't vex my spirit. So I like to spend time with people I enjoy, which means I work with people I enjoy, and I spend time with people I enjoy. And if I'm around someone who's vexing my spirit, whereas when I was younger, I probably wouldn't, I'm not gonna be in this conversation with you anymore because you getting on my nerves, would have been my mode. I'd just be like, it was good talking to you. And I bounce, like there's just ways in which boundaries have become a part of my self-care, right? Just like the way that I want to extend compassion to someone might be a boundary, right? So like, I want you to be well, but I can't assist you with that. So my compassion, my compassionate offering is a firm boundary. And that's a way that I engage in self-care. I love nature. I love putting my feet on the ground. I love going to the Eno River and being close to water. New Bern sits in between two rivers, in between the Neuse and the Trent River. So I'm a Sweetwater girl, but I'm also a saltwater girl because we were 40 minutes from the beach. So growing up and now, even though I'm in Durham, I love going to the water. So being able to do ritual at the water and spend time at the water with people I enjoy. And then another thing, last thing I'll say around self-care is being creative. My eldest child, Che, has been mentoring me over these last couple of years around my creative shape. He was like, you are a creative. And so he started like really pressing me to be like, you get to create for creativity's sake. It doesn't need to be for anybody's public consumption. It can just be to fill you up for your own enjoyment. And because I grew up in the 80s and because of capitalism, I feel like whatever I produce has to be affirmed by an external source. It has to be offered to the community for the community to be like, oh my God, that's so amazing. And he was like, what happens if you just enjoy it for yourself? I have a mentor, I think that she might be in the audience, Trudy Bennett. When I was working on the zine, I hit a wall. I was like, I can't do this. I don't know what I'm doing. It's going to be a failure. And Trudy said to me, Omi, what if this is just for you? What if telling this story, thinking about a menopausal multiverse, thinking about the conversations that you would want to have with your mom, re-listening to some of the conversations from the podcast is just for you. And that is another extension of self-care for me, is to know that I'm a creative person, that what I create, I often will offer to my community. But I also get to keep it for me too. And that feels like a really powerful notion to be learning in my 50s.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that too. And just thinking about what kind of conversations do we want to have with our ancestors, how that might feed us. And so another question, this might be our last question. We might have another time for another one. It says, I'm an adult survivor of child sexual abuse and rape. For years, I have struggled with vaginal exams and reproductive care. I have been in therapy for more than 15 years, and yet as I go through menopause, premenopause, I find myself emotional about this next stage as I change. How can we talk more about menopause and Black survivors when so much of our bodies is policed and shamed?
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Luz, for elevating that and lifting this up. This is a really important and critical part of the conversation and work around menopause. this conversation we have around bodily autonomy that kind of is the thread throughout reproductive justice work, has to open up a space for not just acknowledging, but some deep healing work around the fact that many people have not experienced bodily autonomy because their consent was taken from them so young, right? And so in these spaces and places where we are creating opportunities for folk to tell their truth, truth to me is a shame eviscerator. Truth to me is a way when you have people who can hold your truth around what you're experiencing, where you get to say, I'm not what you just did. I'm not sure about how I feel about this. This is going to be challenging for me. And then to think about, in my opinion, I often offer to folks, because I'm not a therapist, I'm not a public health professional, I am not a doctor. So I say this from a place of experience and from a place of humility as an offering, but not as law by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think it's important for you to know or to figure out who are the intimates that you can reveal more parts of yourself to as you're journeying. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to walk this path alone. So even if it's just one other person who you can say, listen, I'm now perimenopausal and I'm clear that some of the experiences that I have had in my relationship and my understanding of my shape and my truth around being a survivor are coming up and surfacing again for me, as they likely will, right? And so who are the intimates you get support from? Therapy, I have unpacked so much about my menopausal journey inside of therapy. I highly recommend that. Therapy for Black Girls has an amazing clearinghouse of therapists and mental health providers that support Black women and girls. Rachel Cargill and the Loveland Foundation also provides financial support and resources for Black women and girls around therapy. We interviewed Dr. Jennifer Mullen from Decolonizing Therapy for the podcast, and we will actually do an IG Live with her in April. And we talked about rage and grief and our identities and shapes as we navigate menopause. So I think that story, again, is going to live, but who you share your story with and who walks with you feels really important. Sharing your story with a mental health professional who understands who you are as a person and who understands who you are culturally is critical. And if possible, very necessary. And then trying to identify who are those intimates who will walk with you on your journey. And the other piece too, because we've not talked about healthcare providers, but I know that it's challenging. It can often be challenging because, less than 20% of healthcare providers articulate that they received any kind of substantive training around menopause while they were in medical school. And then the number of OBGYNs or primary care physicians who would say that they actively treat menopausal people from a place of expertise drops down to 5%. It's terrible. So I think that there is an opportunity as well for you in that circle of care, therapy, friends, intimates, also with your medical provider, to say to them, listen, in that next appointment, I want to talk to you about something. Can we make time for a conversation? There's some things about me that you really need to know. I need you to understand these things. And if that healthcare provider says to you, no, or if they give you a really funky attitude, if you have the ability to choose a new provider, I suggest that you vote with your feet and leave. I think it's really, really important to be extended what I call exquisite care throughout your life. And we know that that is not always available because when we talk about implicit bias, because white supremacy, patriarchy, and misogyny will have someone look at you and not want to extend you care. But should you have a good relationship with your healthcare provider, this is another invitation for that connection to be solidified. Say, I need you to understand more about me. I need you to understand my trauma and my shape and how I am now navigating menopause. And I want you to be a co-conspirator in my health. I need you to be Team Luz, I talk that way to my doctors. You're Team OMI. My therapist is Team OMI. My primary care physician's Team OMI. My OBGYN. Y'all are Team OMI. And I know you got 20 minutes to check my parts. So do we need to schedule another appointment so we can have a conversation around what's going on with me? And 9 times out of 10, they're like, yes, we can. I know that that's not always available to everybody. So I'm suggesting that it should be. And if you can make a choice around who you're getting care from, make a choice.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for everybody's questions. I think this last point to close out with a friend, mentor of yours, I was just honored to be with you, because we'll let you have that last moment of addressing her, and then we'll be on a lunch break.
Sure. I just, again, want to thank Trudy. I love having intergenerational relationships, and Trudy is a little older than me, by, a couple decades, and we have a sweet, sweet relationship. And I think it's important for us to see those friendships are possible, right? And also to be encouraging to each other, no matter where we sit on this kind of generational through line in reproductive justice. I literally believe that it should be intergenerational work. We should be more intentional about it being intergenerational work, and more intentional about the kind of intergenerational care that we extend each other. And I'm grateful that Trudy is on this Zoom, and thank you for seeing me and looking out for me and encouraging me.
Yes. And then we just have praises from Rochelle Johnson about loving this, and that she teaches clients about advocating for themselves in the healthcare system, and that there are other trained professionals that know how to help and manage perimenopause and menopause. So thank you, Rochelle, too. I recognize you, sister, out there. So thank you all so much. What we're going to do now, thank you, Omi, so much, Omi Sade, for your giving and sharing and pouring from your spirit and your mind with us this morning. Now is a time for a break for lunch. Be back for those here at 12:45 for some prize drawings. That's what we're going to do at 12:45, and then we'll keep going from there. So thank you so much. And if anybody has any more questions, you can still put them in the Q&A, and we can follow up with you afterwards. Okay, thank you so much. Well, welcome back to our Voices for Reproductive Justice Conference. We are now entering our afternoon part of our day. And what we're going to start off with is our afternoon panel discussion, Mobilizing for Political Institutional Change. And so I want to recognize Ms. Nia Washington, if you are ready, as our moderator.
Hi, my name is Nia Washington, and I'm a senior at UNC Greensboro, majoring in public health education with a concentration in community health education. I have been completing my internship with the planning committee for the Voices of Reproductive Justice Conference. For our afternoon panel discussion, our panelists will include examples of political and institutional interventions that leaders in the reproductive justice movement are making locally in Guilford County, and they can learn how to write a check. I'm sorry. Okay. Making locally in Guilford County and across the state of North Carolina. First, we will start with the video recorded especially for our Voices for Reproductive Justice Conference from Congresswoman Alma Adams. Let me tell you a little about her. Congresswoman Alma Adams represents North Carolina's 12th congressional district in the United States House of Representatives. Congresswoman Alma Adams, Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, former Senator and now Vice President Kamala Harris, and members of the Black Maternal Health Caucus introduced the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act in 2020. She apologized that she could not be with us today since it is vote day in Washington, D.C. However, here is a video she made for us.
Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Alma Adams, and I am proud to represent North Carolina's 12th Congressional District in the United States Congress. As a former member of the Greensboro City Council, state representative for Guilford County, and professor at Bennett College, I am thrilled to be back in the Gate City to talk about an issue that is personally important to me, Black maternal health. Maternal health in America is in crisis, and like so many crises, the maternal mortality crisis has hit Black America harder. In the 1966 convention of the Medical Committee for Human Rights, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "Of all of the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and most inhumane." So it's no surprise that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from preventable pregnancy-related complications than non-Hispanic white women, no matter their level of education or socioeconomic status. Even Beyonce and Serena Williams experienced the dangers of birthing while Black. This issue demands urgent attention and serious action to save the lives of Black mothers, women of color, and other marginalized women across the country. For me, this work began when my daughter, a Black mom herself, survived a complicated pregnancy that almost took her life. That's why in 2019, I joined the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress, Lauren Underwood, to launch a congressional caucus focused on Black maternal health. And as the co-founders and co-chairs of the bipartisan Black Maternal Health Caucus, we developed a solution, the Momnibus. The Momnibus is a package of 12 bills to comprehensively address all aspects of the maternal mortality crisis, with a focus on Black parents using reproductive justice as a guide. It is a bold, compassionate solution that unequivocally says that Black mothers matter, and we are already making progress. I'm thrilled that one of the Momnibus bills, the Protecting Moms Who Served Act, which provides support for pregnant and postpartum veterans, was signed into law by President Biden last November. This is only the beginning. We will continue to fight for a future where mothers and babies are given the tools they need for good health. We need your help. Voice your support online. Call your representatives and senators and tell them to support the Momnibus. The Momnibus will save the lives of Black women and children and improve outcomes for all mothers and parents, because no one should have to lose another friend, auntie, sister, daughter, parent, or mommy to this crisis. Thank you again for inviting me to speak today. Your voice on this issue will make a difference. So let's work together to pass the Momnibus now, because our mamas cannot wait.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful that we had that presentation from our Congresswoman Alma Adams, and thank you, Nia, for opening our panel. And right before we get started with our panel, we have a special guest who's in with us now. Commissioner Calvina Foster has joined us from the Guilford County Board of Commissioners, and she had 2 to 3 things she wanted to share with us this afternoon, because this panel is about mobilizing and institutional change and political change. And so there are some things in Guilford County that we wanted to hear about that are going on. So thank you for being able to join us, and then I'll invite you back, Nia, right as she's finishing.
Thank you so much, Christina, for the opportunity. I'll start by bringing greetings from the Guilford County Board of Commissioners, where Melvin Skip Austin serves as chair, and I am so honored to serve as vice chair. I want to also thank you for the work that you're doing around reproductive justice and bringing this very important topic to the forefront, and the importance of this work and what needs to be done, not just in Guilford County, but across the United States. The Guilford County Board of Commissioners champions reproductive justice, and we work hard to ensure that all people have the ability to decide if, when, and how to create and sustain a family. We also recognize that there are barriers such as institutional racism, a history of reproductive oppression, limited access to adequate reproductive health care, compounded by the fact that low-income people most often lack control over their reproductive choices. The Guilford County Board of Commissioners supports access to affordable, evidence-based, medically accurate, and effective reproductive health services. High-quality reproductive health services, we know, improves health outcomes for both mothers and infants through preconception, prenatal and interconception care. It increases access to education and contraceptive for people of reproductive age to enable responsible and respectful health activity and safeguard and promote healthy lives through the lifespan. The Guilford County provides family planning, maternity care, primary care, prenatal and postnatal case management services that support reproductive health continuum of care. And certainly every baby Guilford is working hard to decrease the number of deaths, infant mortality deaths across Guilford County. And we so much appreciate the work that Jean and her group are doing. So again, I say your efforts are appreciated, and we're committed to doing our part to help prevent and reduce maternal morbidity, infant mortality, and the outcomes of the births for families and children in Guilford County. So thank you for the opportunity to just share with you this afternoon and bring these remarks on behalf of Guilford County.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Foster, for sharing those remarks and for doing the work. This is the work in Guilford County. And so we're very excited about what Every Baby Guilford is doing with Gene Workman, and then continue to have the support of our Guilford County Commissioner. So thank you so much for being here. And so I will go ahead and pass it back to Nia Washington, who will introduce the rest of our panelists. And maybe if you could stay around during our question and answer period, and everybody will just have their screens open when it's time for them to speak. All right, Nia.
All right. So for the rest of our panel discussion, we will be joined by Dr. Rachel Arita, representing A Cure for Moms in UNC Chapel Hill. Angela Tatum Malloy, representing A Cure for Moms in Mama's Village, Fayetteville. Kiara Herford, representing Speaking of Grace. And Dr. Erica Payton-Foe, representing UNCG's Public Health Education Department. More about their background can be found in the e-program. Now, Dr. Arita, the floor is yours.
You're on mute, Rachel.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much for welcoming me today. I feel really humbled to be following the previous speakers. I am an OBGYN, and I practice medicine in Chapel Hill at UNC. I also I work in public health at the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services in the new Women's and Infants Health section. And I am a researcher and do research related to maternal health and maternal health disparities at UNC. And I'm hoping to share a little bit with you about a research study that we just started officially as of today. April 1st is our start date. So I just wanted to share a little bit about my background and how I got into this work. So I first became interested in health disparities during medical school when I actually started a friendship with a colleague from medical school who basically opened my eyes to the problems of racism and the health effects of racism in our society. She had grown up as a Black woman in Selma, Alabama, and had experienced health disparities in her own family with her father having a cardiac arrest in her home. And that had sort of propelled her career. And as I became friends with her, I started working with a community group in Boston that a mostly Black church in Boston. And we tried to start understanding the needs of the community there and to help create programs that would address those needs. And that project really taught me a lot about working with communities, because prior to then, I thought maybe being a doctor or knowing a lot about healthcare could be something great to offer people, but I realized that communities themselves know better than anybody else how to solve problems that they experience. And I learned that, I really needed to learn from communities, and that they were really going to be the way that I could proceed and actually partner with them to witness and watch their own ways of healing themselves. And so after that experience, which had been mostly focused on heart disease prevention, I started residency in obstetrics and gynecology. And I realized that the same women who were experiencing preterm births and low birth weight and really adverse events on labor and delivery were the same women who were probably going to be at high risk for heart disease later on. And I started to make those connections that everything was interrelated. And I also began really having a desire to work on improving maternal health at that time. And so after eventually, finishing training and fellowship and residency and having some opportunities to work with communities in Haiti and also in the Triangle, I really had this desire to get back to working with the communities and helping to work on this bigger problem of maternal morbidity and mortality. And I've heard one of my mentors call it a wicked problem. It's something that has not gotten better. We know now that our maternal mortality rates in this country are worse than those in any other developed country, and they're worsening. They're not getting better. And Black women and Native American women have a 2 to 3 times higher risk of dying in pregnancy and childbirth, and a 2-fold increased risk of having near miss maternal deaths. So any outcome that is similar to maternal mortality, but doesn't actually lead to the death of the woman, but almost does. And these are just not, so we just cannot continue to tolerate this. And although people have tried to work on it, we obviously haven't fixed the problem because it's only worsening over the last few years. So in the last year, 2 years actually now, we learned about an opportunity from a funding organization called PCORI, or the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, which is really focused on using patient-centered ways of improving outcomes. And they specifically wanted to focus on maternal health disparities. So we started talking about that at UNC, and our team had heard about the Greensboro Health Disparities Collaborative and the work that had been done with the ACURE study. In that study, the community designed a data accountability and transparency intervention that was then used by cancer clinics to improve health disparities. So in that study, by giving clinics their own data about the racial disparities that were happening in care and the difference between the number of Black individuals and white individuals who completed their chemotherapy, the clinics themselves started to be motivated to change that. And they also were given an early warning system so that any patient, regardless of what they looked like or acted like or what the providers thought about them, any patient who was at risk for not completing their care, the nurses in the clinic would get an announcement and know that there was an issue with that patient, and then could individually interact with them. So that started to remove some of the bias in care. In any case, that intervention was so promising that a lot of people thought that it should be used in maternal health. So we thought that was a really great intervention to test, but we didn't think that just improving things at the level of a prenatal practice would improve maternal health outcomes, because again, these outcomes are so pervasive and they're worsening. And we know that most of them are not, some of the cause of them are happening with differential treatment and bias in the health system, but some is also happening as a result of bias and systemic racism and interpersonal racism that's happening at a community level. So we really thought that we needed to have a community-based focus as well. And so I had met Angela Malloy, who's going to share with you shortly, and another community-based doula, Cindy McMillan, who's in Asheville at Sisters Caring for Sisters. And we decided to build an intervention that would incorporate both of those pieces. So the data accountability and transparency from a cure, and also community-based doula support from doulas that came from within each community. And so we designed the study together with the help of Angela and Cindy over the last 2 years, and we got funding from PCORI. We heard about it last year, and today is our first day of funding. So we're really excited. It has finally come to fruition after all this work. This study is going to allow us to enroll 40 prenatal practices from across the state. And Greensboro is one of our target areas, but we would like to enroll practices that that take care of at least 7 to 8 Black women per month that would deliver each month, like that would have a due date each month. And it could be a practice of midwives or doctors or family doctors, OBGYNs, it doesn't really matter. And each practice would be randomly assigned to get the intervention. So either they would get standard care, which is what we're doing currently, and or they would get community-based doula support. And the community-based doula support arm clinics would have basically be given a relationship with 2 doulas in their community that have training in maternal health disparities and Afrocentric care and birth work, birth support, breastfeeding support, support for mood disorders, and other things that Angela can talk more about. And then those practices would refer their patients who are at high risk of adverse health events to those doulas, and the doulas would provide relationship and support during pregnancy, during birth, and also up to a year postpartum. And then some of the practices would get just randomized to the data accountability and transparency, and then some practices will get both doulas and data. And we think that that is the intervention that's going to be the most impactful, because we're going to be addressing some of the institutional and interpersonal racism that they may experience in their prenatal care, but also in their community, and providing community support and linkage to community resources. Our primary outcome that we're looking at is low birth weight, which was a little hard for me to settle on at first because it's not a maternal health outcome per se, it's an infant outcome. But we know what maternal outcomes are relatively rare. And so they're sometimes hard to have a big enough study to study, but also low birth weight. Moms that have a low birth weight infant are much more likely to have a maternal morbidity or maternal mortality. So we thought that outcome was really linked to maternal health, as well as the fact that moms care about it, obviously, too. So that is our primary outcome, but we're also going to be looking at whether or not these interventions can impact maternal experiences with discrimination in the medical setting. So we're going to be surveying a group of Black pregnant people over the course of their pregnancy to see if the intervention impacts their experiences with discrimination. Also, whether it impacts their mental health symptoms. We're going to be looking at whether it impacts the way they use emergency rooms and hospitalizations during pregnancy and postpartum. And finally, we are going to be looking at maternal morbidity. So the experiences of the mom with severe maternal morbidity, like near miss maternal death or maternal death. Hopefully there won't be a large number of deaths, but also looking at things like preeclampsia and gestational diabetes and postpartum hemorrhage and infections with childbirth. So those are kind of the main things we're going to be looking at. And we'll know The grant is 5 years. We'll start enrolling our first clinics this winter, and they'll have the intervention for 2 years. And then, of course, there's going to be some time it will take us to get the data and report back. But so we won't know the results of the study for about 4 to 5 years from now. But we're really excited to see what they are, and we will definitely try to get the word out in as many avenues as possible once we do have the results. And I think that's all I have to say to you today.
All right, thank you, Dr. Urita. It's good to hear from you. Now I'm going to move to Angela Tatum-Malloy, representing A Cures for Mom in Mama's Village, Fayetteville.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Angela Malloy with Mama's Village, Fayetteville, as was just stated, and I'm one of the community-based doula leads for the project that Rachel just finished describing. And I want to give a little background as to why it was important for me to be a part of research. I'd never dreamed in my years of my undergrad, a couple of decades ago, doing accounting, that I would want to be a part of a research project. But it was really important to me as I had started my lactation journey at UNC at the Carolina Global Breastfeeding Institute program. And as I got more involved in conferences, I noticed that a lot of the research that was done, even in lactation, in Black communities, it was done by white researchers. And it was at that time that I wanted to see, if we're going to have research that is for our community, have researchers from our community. And I'm also one that, I put my money where my mouth is. And so I wanted to take that leap into being a part of a research project, but not just any project. I had been approached by other projects, and it did not feel right for Mama's Village Fayetteville, because we are truly community-based. And I needed to find something that was not going to have us feel like we were having to compromise how we choose to move in the community while being a part of a research project. So in working with the team that was put together through for the Cure for Moms, it has been a real pleasure to be in a research environment that has really allowed us to challenge what has typically been accepted and done in research, as far as like the groups and the trainings, and really listening to the voices of the community-based organizations. And that was refreshing to me, that our voices in this huge, large project, which I'm excited, like Rachel said, it just started today. So it just seems like, it's funny that it started on April 1st, because we want to make sure that, no April Fool's jokes or anything. But, with that, it was just a lot of work and conversations. And you could tell that the entire time, the importance was keeping the community-based organizations, Mama's Village and Sisters Caring for Sisters, at the center. And with this, we wanted also a project that it's a little tricky sometimes when you have those who are coming from the community and used to being autonomous in how we move and support our families. When you start talking about getting involved in a research project and making sure that, again, that there's no compromising that has to happen. And so it was very important to me to make sure that the trainings that the doulas were going to get, that how they were going to be able to operate in the clinics, that it still allowed them to move as community-based doulas. And so with the trainings, as Rachel said, we're making sure that they're getting well-rounded training from trainers that come from our community. We just had our birth training 2 weeks ago. We are doing our breastfeeding for community-based doulas this week. And we're excited that at the end of the month, we're doing our African-centered, Indigenous and African diaspora postpartum training, and our PMADS training, perinatal mood and anxiety disorders training. That will come from Jabina Coleman. Many of you may have heard of Jabina, who is a phenomenal therapist in IBCLC in Philadelphia, and also our postpartum training from Calvis Jones, who is a doula that's located down in Florida. And so it was important to bring in trainings that was really going to meet the needs of our doulas. Also, in conjunction with that, I am working alongside Maya Jackson with Mama Inc. Many of you may have heard of Mama Inc. It's located in Durham. And we are creating a statewide community-based doula certification. And many may wonder, well, why do we need a certification and have it where it's an accreditation or certification at state level? The conversations are taking place around our state. As you just heard, many speak about the Momnibus Act and others where we're looking to have doula reimbursement. In that, we want to make sure that a lot of times, whenever there's doula reimbursement, one of two things happens. Either certain training organizations are named in those trainings that are recognized for certification, or it states that you need to be certified. And if you have a community-based doula that has chosen to train with a cultural organization that has provided the work and training that they need, but doesn't have a formal recognized certification or training, we want to make sure that our community-based doulas would still be able to have participation in reimbursement, but still be able to do trainings that meet the need that they have as they're moving in their communities. And so with this community-based doula training, we have made it to where community-based doulas, they do not need to be employed by any person but themselves. They operate still for their clients, so they're not becoming employees of a hospital system or any other system in order for certification. But it also gives a place where they can have additional professional development and training. We find this important as we're speaking on the topic of reproductive justice and also finding efforts to reduce racial disparities. We want to maintain the autonomy of our community-based doulas, who we know it's been proven are the ones that are able to make effective change in our communities. And so with the certification, it's going to give a place where our community-based doulas have a group that they can connect with on a state level. There will be professional development trainings that will be geared towards our community-based doulas, but there's also an opportunity, which I'm excited about, is that we can find a way where we are working in conjunction with our state community health workers who are so vital to the resources that our families have access to. And by having collaboration between those two groups, we are, helping to expand postpartum support access to our families and making sure that the resources that are available to them, that they're able to have. And so that's why we're excited about this certification. We really believe that this is going to be something that, is a benefit for our community-based doulas. And at the base of it all is making sure that autonomy is at the top of this. And our job and goal is to make sure that our community-based doulas, in the process, as we're looking to expand healthcare for everyone, to have doula reimbursement, to expand access to other healthcare, such as access to midwives, that we have a space that protects our community-based doulas and making sure that they have a face in all of the work that we're doing as well. One question that many may ask also is, does this have any effect on doulas who train in other training organizations? It actually does not. It enhances and works alongside those other organizations. Those doulas that have trained with other organizations but feel that they may be missing a piece from that training, we have a supplemental training that will allow them to get those extra pieces, that will allow them to still move in the trainings that they have already received, but add the pieces that they want to be able to have the full support that they need in working through our communities. And some of the additional trainings, so Rachel mentioned our postpartum training, our PMADS training, and our breastfeeding training, but some of the additional trainings that we're adding is going to be communication in our field, communication with our fellow doulas in a healthcare setting. Also, it's going to provide trainings for medical terminology. And again, not making this community-based doulas too clinical, but we need to understand the language that's being used in the spaces that we're supporting our families. And along with that, with nutrition that focuses on the foods that are honored in our cultures, our African cultures that we have. So showing a way that we can honor our families, especially our Black families that we support with foods, but also using that in a way that it's nutritious, but still foods that they recognize and enjoy. And with that, I hope I've given enough information. I'm just excited about the project. I look forward for the work and connection that community-based doulas will have in this project. And if there's any questions, Mama's Village and myself, I will be representing and providing support for the doulas on the east. That's anywhere east from the triangle towards the coast. And Cindy McMillan will be providing that support for the clinics and doulas that are west of the Durham. We kind of divide the state down that Durham line. So Cindy McMillan with Sisters Caring for Sisters will be providing the support and resources for the project. And you can reach out to either one of us or Rachel if you would like more information about the project. We still have a few spaces that we've reserved. So if there are doulas that are interested in being a part of the project, they can reach out to myself, Cindy, or Rachel, or you can email one of us to get more information on that. And also with the state accreditation as well, we can provide more resources and information to whoever reaches out to us. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of this conference today.
All right, thank you so much. And then the next person we have will be Kiara Herford.
I'm present. I'm just getting up my presentation.
Yeah.
And let's see. Let me know if y'all can. Oh, okay. Are you all able to see this slide? Voices for Reproductive Justice?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Wonderful. So I can no longer see you, so bear with me. But I'm so glad to be here today and I'm part of this space. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm Kiara Herford. My pronouns are she and her, and I am located in the Greensboro, North Carolina area. Again, I'm super excited to be here. I was just looking at previous pictures from Voices for Reproductive Justice conferences in the past, and just recognizing that, recognizing the work that has been laid out for us. So it's super exciting to share this space from going from an attendee to a panelist. Is a super huge honor for me. So yeah, thank you for allowing me the space to share. A little bit about myself. Again, I'm Kiara Herford. I founded Speaking of Grace last year on April 21st. So I'm looking forward to my 1-year celebration of this organization and business for me. In my capacity here, I am a mother. I'm a full spectrum birth worker and a healer. I'm also a community organizer and for Black, Indigenous, and marginalized people of the global majority. I deeply enjoy reproductive justice work and healing justice work. I wish I was in space with you all physically so that I could share your energy, because this virtual space is one that, again, allows us to connect over so many ways. I'm also a mental health and holistic wellness advocate, a yogi, and a 3rd degree Reiki practitioner, which is channeled energy healing. And I'm also somebody who will keep it all the way hot with y'all and let you know that rest is an essential and sacred practice. And I want to emphasize that because I think a lot of the time, organizers such as myself and others who may not identify as organizers, but who dedicate their lives to this work, often experience, or not often, but may come a point in time where we experience burnout. And we lose our motivation and inspiration to do the work that we do well and be well at it. So I just want to emphasize the rest that is sacred that we all need. So I am going to be sharing some reflections on my organizing with Black Lives Matter. I was introduced to Black Lives Matter in 2015, although the original network was founded in 2014. I just couldn't ignore what was happening on a national level, and also knowing that what was happening everywhere else was also happening in Greensboro. And so I went out and looked for the people who were doing the work. Essentially, I just needed to know, as someone who was a childcare worker across the triad, somebody who really loves and adores Black youth and really believes in their solutions-based approach to all of the problems that we are experiencing at this time, that there has to be a collective of folks who are organizing to do work to push back against police violence, but also against a lot of the oppressions that we've experienced. And so I share that to say that I had an entry point prior to reproductive justice and healing justice work, which was around police justice and or police injustice and violence on our communities. In conjunction with that, I've done a lot of work around the Fight for 15, labor, union labor organizing, other types of civic engagement, participatory budgeting, voter registration, poll monitoring, even university policing with regard to sexual assault on campus, education reform with regard to the school to prison pipeline, even with parent advocacy for students with IEPs. And different learning abilities. And so also food insecurity and apartheid, I served on the board of a local community co-op grocery store that we built in a food desert, which unfortunately was unable to sustain, and that community still remains as a food desert to this day. And so I want to share all of that to say that the way that reproductive justice, in my opinion, works as a whole, intersects with all of these things that I've just named. They are not separate from it. And it is our job as organizers and community members to recognize the intersections at which we are existing and are surviving and will continue to thrive through as we provide solutions to our communities. I would also like to share that my introduction into birth work, again, came from this background of community organizing, but also recognizing that political action and mobilizing is quite essential, and it doesn't have to look like protest all the time. I think protests are a tactic and an influential part of the work that we do. So I take nothing away from that. And I'm saying that we can show up in spaces and create spaces for ourselves to see ourselves in the work that really inspires us and motivates us to continue to show up for each other. So I was introduced to becoming a birth doula through Brandy Collins Calhoun, who was my doula when I gave birth to my daughter in 2017. And I'm so grateful for having met her as we were organizing together, and also want to honor the access that she has created, not only for myself, but also young Black people across, I want to say Greensboro, but her network is so much wider than that. And so I was able to really see a part in a role that I wanted to play as a doula and expand that role beyond birth, and to support folks across the spectrum of births that include abortion, that include other types of births that folks are likely to have just based on our experiences. All of our experiences aren't going to result, or birth experience aren't going to result in full-term pregnancies, nor are they pregnancies that some of us choose to carry out. And so I wanted to be a person who supports the whole person and the choice and the bodily autonomy of folks to choose what they want to do with their bodies. I don't think y'all can see my video, but my shirt today says "My body, my choice," and I stand by that. I think we have to continue to be advocates for each other and recognize our strengths and recognize the supports that we need, especially as Black and Brown folks. If anyone were to ask me today, why did I become a doula? My answer is consistent every time. And I say, I want more Black people, particularly Black women, to survive childbirth. That is the fundamental reason why I do this work, because I couldn't believe or can believe and just wasn't okay with the fact that our experiences as Black women and as Black birthing people are not what they should be and can continue to improve as we are supported, again, by Black doulas, Black midwives, and other Black birth workers who honor our autonomy and our decisions to choose how we want to navigate our reproductive experiences. I also wanted to connect this presentation and reproductive justice to healing justice. I don't know how often we speak to the definitions of healing justice, and I hope y'all can see this. I'm gonna do a little bit of a zoom just in case. And briefly, healing justice is rooted in a rightful place in relationship, particularly to Southern Black radical and indigenous traditions. And I think healing justice depends on culturally how folks engage with it. I think also to share that it's a liberatory practice that draws on Black liberation movements, interrupting genocide, historical and generational trauma, that this work, reproductive justice, is healing justice, and that's on this final point on the left. But it is work that continues to heal ourselves and heal generations past, present, and future. It is rooted in Black feminist principles and anti-capitalism. And again, with the movement frameworks, that this work is not new, but it is something that continues on and continues to give us inspiration and motivation to do the work that we do through reproductive justice, disability justice, harm reduction, transformative justice, and environmental justice. And I invite you to screenshot this slide or any portion of this presentation, but this slide in particular, to know how, or to remain curious about the ways that we are showing up in healing justice, whether or not we are aware, but how that continues to show up in our work and continues to be essential to the way in which we organize and the way in which we provide solutions for our community. My personal legacy, again, I'm the CEO and founder of Speaking of Grace, and it is a business that affirms the longevity and divinity of all people. We are committed to offering reproductive health education, advocating for full circle birth justice, and providing holistic wellness services and resources to birthing and non-birthing people. And I think the last portion, non-birthing people, is also essential because, as I shared before, there's a full circle of birth experiences that happen. And there are also people that support those who are choosing to birth and who are choosing not to birth. And so it's important that we extend the levels of support and the levels of the work that we do, organizing for change, to those folks who also can see themselves in this work and a part of this work, and at the intersections that I previously named, that it is a part of everything that we do, and will continue to be a part of my legacy for future generations. Finally, I'd like to share some of the work that is happening locally here in Greensboro and High Point around the ways that community projects are connected to our safety and violence prevention. And again, this is relevant because the ways in which we are experiencing our lives, right, and experiencing these different experiences impact the way that we are able to advocate across intersections. And so I'll briefly share about the Voices for the Stolen podcast. As reproductive justice has been defined as the right to have personal bodily autonomy, have or not have children, and parent our children in safe and sustainable communities. Voices for the Stolen podcast is about an upcoming podcast that was created by Kamara Lee, a Black community leader who lost her son to gun violence on July 27, 2019. She shares her personal story about how she turned her grief into activism. And I'll share a brief video clip that you can view at a later time. I don't think I have the space in this moment to share it, but it is certainly one that, again, reminds us that there are mothers, there are birthing people, there are folks who are experiencing violence in ways that we have to continue to advocate for and have to continue to support through their work. And next, I'll share that the project Resilience HP is a youth resiliency and advocacy program for middle and high school students located in High Point, North Carolina, and the surrounding areas. And the goal of this group is to develop the next youth change agents and violence prevention advocates. This community is engaged project is led by Dr. Peyton Foe, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Public Health Education at UNCG. And it was founded by the Foundation for Healthy High Point, which is a collaborative that includes partnerships with Change Often, Resilience High Point, and DIA. And to further share, youth are matched with college mentors from North Carolina A&T, High Point University, and University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Both youth and mentors receive training to enhance their resiliency skills by completing the community resilience model training that they are currently conducting a photo voice advocacy project to investigate the root causes and consequences of violence. They'll be showcasing their work by hosting a photo voice advocacy exhibit on April 23rd, 2022. And you can contact Dr. Peyton Foe at edpeyton@uncg.edu for more information. I'll be happy to share that email address in the chat. Thank you so much for allowing me to share.
All right, thank you. And last person we will be having on the panel would be Erica Peyton Foe.
I think there was a change and an update to our panel. And so we were just hearing the information about Dr. Erica Peyton Foe's information and research study. And so we will probably transition into the question and answer period.
Thank you, Professor Young. So, hi everyone, my name is Alondra Har. I'm a second year MPH student at UNCG, and I will be moderating the Q&A for this panel. So what you can do is you can either type your question in the Q&A, or you can raise your hand through the reactions button, and then I will call on you to unmute yourself. And just as a heads up, we will also be taking a 5-minute bathroom break after the Q&A session.
And maybe can all the panelists that were just in the afternoon come back on camera to help answer some of the questions if they're available.
Yeah. So first we have Gwen asked, will you be able to share the slides with attendees? I think this is directed towards Kiera. She may not be with us at the moment, but we can see if she can share her slides from today.
Hey y'all, was that question for me?
Yes, they're asking about your slides.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share. Sure can.
Okay. All right. So while we wait for the questions to roll in, I kind of had a question about a cure for moms. So I was wondering, either Dr. Rachel or Angela, have you anticipated any challenges to the recruitment process? And if so, what do you think you'll do to kind of combat that?
Angela, you want to start with that? You thought of...
Yeah, so I think, and Rachel and I, we had a productive day yesterday, but we were driving all over North Carolina in that weather, the challenging weather. I think the challenge is, I know in my area, because the providers that I have, typically worked with their clients, they're interested in the project. I think a lot of the clinics that hear about it, or even people when they know about it and share, they're not really understanding like the piece. It's you're used to hearing about projects that introduce doula projects, and that's just having a small pilot study that will provide doula services. But because this is a research project, and understanding that there's some randomization that has to happen, and so when we approach clinics, we can't promise what part of the 4 arms that Rachel mentioned, no interventions, just a doula intervention, the doula and the dashboard intervention, or just the dashboard. And so I think that is, kind of the challenge, getting beyond the interest and into, okay, let's go ahead and submit the application, with there still being kind of an unknown. I think a lot of clinics and, how we operate in this field, we want to know, what we're actually getting. And so I know for me, that's a challenge. I don't have a challenge in getting interest. It's moving beyond that point. So Rachel, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think it's all about relationships, and we're so lucky because the doulas that we're working with have a lot of relationships in their communities. Certainly leaning on that really heavily, and also trying to use what relationships we have. I have some on the clinical side to just try to help with recruitment. But if any of you have any leads or know of any clinics that are interested, we're in that process now of trying to recruit our 40 clinics. So we'd definitely love to speak to anybody who wants to hear about it, and just trying to get the word out to as many audiences as we can.
And if we have doulas on, remember I know for the East, we have 7 spaces that we've left open. The way I thought about it in getting my clinics in the community that I'm in Cumberland, getting them to consider participating, is I have to work along with these providers. Like, these are the providers that my clients are seeing. And so if I have a way that through some type of research that we can formally make an impact on some of the racial disparities and things that we're experiencing, and it's another avenue or route from what I'm able to do, that's a win-win for the doula in that community and also the provider. So as you're thinking about this or sharing this with others, you can send an email that was provided by Rachel and get like the counties. We're also open to possibly, if you know that there's several county clinics within the county that is mentioned and we may not have that county listed, there is an opportunity to potentially add a county with us having extra doulas, that spaces that we have on the East. I can't speak for the West and what they're doing because they may have all their spaces, but I know for the East we do have room. And so as you're thinking about and sharing it, just kind of keep that in mind.
Thank you for that. That was really important information. It does look like we are running a little bit over time. So what we need to do now is take a quick 5-minute bathroom break, and then we will invite Dr. or Professor Maddox to have her question answered in the next Q&A session, if that's okay. So we'll go ahead and do our bathroom break really quick before the keynote.
We are getting ready to start our afternoon keynote. And as my friend and sister Jasmine Gautreaux-Moore comes, I just want to take the moment to thank her personally. Jasmine, I appreciate all that you have done to support this journey that we've been on in the Voices for Reproductive Justice Conference and planning for 2 years. And I thank you for being my friend. And I also thank you for being the one who introduced me to reproductive justice. And so I'm going to pass it over to you to introduce our afternoon keynote.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. I almost will teary-eyed myself, but I'll save that for after all of this is adjourned. I am so grateful that I have the honor of introducing Dr. Monica McLemore. Dr. Monica McLemore is at the University of California, San Francisco, and Dr. McLemore is a tenured associate professor in the Family Healthcare Nursing Department. She is an affiliated scientist with Advancing New Standards in Reproductive Health and a member of the Bixby Center for Global Reproductive Health. She retired from clinical practice as a public health and staff nurse after a 28-year clinical nursing career in 2019. However, Dr. McLemore continues to provide flu and COVID-19 vaccines. Her program of research is focused on understanding reproductive health and justice. To date, she has 87 peer-reviewed articles, op-eds, and commentaries, and her research has been cited in the Huffington Post, Lavender Health, 5 amicus briefs to the Supreme Court of the United States, and 3 National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine Sports, and a data visualization project entitled How to Fix Maternal Mortality. The first step is to stop blaming women that was published in the 2019 Future of Medicine edition of Scientific American. Her work has appeared in publications such as Dame Magazine, Politico, ProPublica, NPR, and she made a voice appearance in Terrence Mance's HBO series, Random Acts of Flyness. She is the recipient of numerous awards and currently serves as chair for Sexual and Reproductive Health section of the American Public Health Association. She was inducted as a fellow of the American Academy of Nursing in 2019 and was named Thelma Shovey Endowed Chair in 2021. That's Dr. McLemore's awesome bio. I want to talk about Dr. McLemore for a moment before Dr. McLemore comes to this virtual stage. And as we say in African American and women parlance, snatches our edges. That's a good thing. What I want to say is Dr. McLemore embodies what it is to be a person who activates Black feminist thought. Dr. McLemore is someone who I imagine, as Omi talked earlier this morning about the multiverse, I too operate and imagine a space where we are uninhibited by white supremacist capitalist patriarchy and honor Black feminist thought and all people's thought, again, to lift up those who are most oppressed and those who we see ourselves in with respect to oppression and living this life is not to decline or reject others, but we are lifting up ourselves today because of where we situate ourselves and where we are. I want to say Dr. McLemore does that through her scholarship by inviting burgeoning scholars, scholar activists, thought people to be leaders, even if they are not in the academy. Dr. McLemore exemplifies and activates that knowledge is not only in an ivory tower, but knowledge is right here in our streets. Dr. McLemore is someone to me that I believe really emphasizes the ethic of caring that we see in an African or Black feminist thought epistemology in a way of being and way of knowing. So I invite you all to come and sit and listen, engage, absorb, love, care, and give flowers to Dr. McLemore as she engages us this afternoon in her keynote. Dr. McLemore?
Jasmine, thank you so much. I am just so grateful to be here with you all. That was just so kind, and I'm just humbled that people think about me that way, which, you know, I aspire to stand on shoulders of so many folk, and making space and being in community with y'all is just like the best way that I can think about spending, you know, part of my Friday with you. I put together some slides and I'm going to talk us through a couple of different pieces. And I have to say, you know, for people who know me, you have my affirmative consent to be able to screenshot, to share on social media. I don't know if you have a chat or not. I can't see based on my screen, but if you do, please use it. I'm a very interactive person, and I don't want this to be a monologue. I really want us to be visioning about how we can get to health equity. I'm going to introduce you to a framework that I've been working on that is going to be published in the Journal of Perinatal and Neonatal Nursing soon, I hope, because everybody's asking me for a citation for it. But I want us to have spaces to dream, right? I mean, we've been spending so much time critiquing white supremacy, and we've been spending so much time fighting for essential resources that we all deserve and really should have. We've been like trying to survive and thrive in a weird global pandemic that everybody seems to think is over. And quite frankly, you know, I've been pretty frustrated in the sense that we've been relegated to a reactionary, which I think is a defensive stance. And that does not allow us to unleash the creativity of Black feminism, of Black femmes, of Black scholars, of Black trans people. And I'm over it. Like, I'm really over it. So I want us to dream this afternoon. So that's what I if I'm lucky in accomplishing my goals, then we'll have some dreams and some ideas to really, really think through how we're going to make all of this different. So I'm going to talk a little bit about structural racism, because I don't think that we can, you know, I can talk about my work without doing so. I'm going to talk a little bit about retrofit reform and reimagine. And then I'm going to try and get us to really think about how we can be more disruptive in our work. I will make sure that these slides can be shared with everyone as well, because my work is public and prolific enough that I don't want ownership, which I think is a tenet of white supremacy. I know it's also currency in academia, but I want us to be able to share and to exemplify and to operationalize Black feminist tenets. And that means I don't own these ideas. They are a collective amalgamation of many, many people's thoughts across history, space, and time. And I hope that they see more ideas about how we can do our work differently. So true to, centering the margins and Black feminist thought, positionality is super important. I also like to argue that within healthcare and medicine, self-reported patient medical history is a gold standard that we use for our diagnostics, our treatments, our algorithms. And so I think it's really inappropriate that we've never had reciprocity with patients around our own positionality. It's mine. And, like I said, I think that, modeling affirmative consent is really important. So if you want to screenshot stuff, please go ahead. If you want to use social media, please go ahead. If you want to use chats and Q&A, please go ahead. The point I want to, draw your attention to on this bullet is the one in the middle. I was a preemie in 1969, and all the work that I do is personal. I know that there are slurs that we use in academia around nobody wants to do me search. We should be doing research. But quite frankly, I am an unapologetic me searcher. And the reason I am is because I think we can do better, and we need creativity in order for us to be able to move our science forward. So for this audience, I just want to lay it out there that in this current environment, I think it's really important that we acknowledge birth is not the only legitimate outcome of pregnancy. We spend a lot of time measuring outcomes of pregnancy, abortion, birth, miscarriage, but pregnancy is the actual condition that we are thinking about, or the prevention thereof. I think most people forget that you're going to spend more of your adult life avoiding pregnancy than you are being pregnant, given the national demographics around the fact that most people have between 2 and 3 children, and you probably have ovulatory events that allow your reproductive window about 30 years. So you're going to spend more time avoiding pregnancy than actually being pregnant. And I think life course theory really needs to be integrated, and intergenerational understanding of knowledge really needs to be normalized in how we think about our work. That said, I'm going to talk a little bit about Black maternal health. I might add in some California stuff. I might skip some of those slides because I want to really be able to get to the essence of dreaming. I'm showing up to you today excited, ecstatic, and wanting us to have a space where we can actually dream and not just reflect on the now. So there was a story yesterday, Melissa Harris Perry, I was listening to this around the closure of rural obstetric hospitals in the United States, and Katie Cosumano, who is a health services researcher, many of you know her from University of Minnesota with Rachel Hardiman. She's talked about this closure of rural obstetric units and how, capitalism sort of impacts this notion that if you're not a money-making thing, then you're not valuable in society. And it's really weird because prior to COVID-19, childbirth was the #1 reason that people were admitted to hospitals and healthcare institutions in the United States. And so we have this weird situation where you don't have enough volume to be able to keep an obstetric unit open, and people can't maintain their skills. You lose a community resource. And at some point, I want us to stop talking about hospitals and healthcare institutions, in the context of capitalism, because, I would like for us to think about it like the military. It's a public good that just gets funded, right? At some point, we need to change our mindset around healthcare financing, and this rural obstetric hospital closure, in my mind, is a canary in the coal mine to where we're actually moving in healthcare and health services provision. Then we have a situation of reproductive health rights and justice that I don't think we talk enough about. There are 14 states in the United States currently that receive federal dollars that go to pregnancy health centers or crisis pregnancy centers. They're really siphon money away from family planning and Title X programs that I think are really important, right? And so we have federal taxpayer dollars that we all pay that are going towards, religious indoctrination and not evidence-based information for pregnant capable people who are seeking, services. I like to remind people, one of the reasons that we want to talk about pregnancy as the condition that we study is it's a time-sensitive decision, regardless of what you decide to do. if you're going to parent, if you're going to move to adoption, if you're going to have an abortion. Like these are all time sensitive decisions. So the idea that we have shared taxpayer dollars that are being siphoned from evidence-based health services, we should be calling that out as unethical. And we should actually be demanding that those dollars be restored for science and evidence-based intervention. Giving Voice to Mothers survey data, these data are now getting old, but we're still having publications from them because the findings are still quite relevant. When we published this study in 2018, 2019, 1 in 6 people, regardless of race or ethnicity, were being mistreated in childbirth. I don't have to tell this audience this, right? Being ignored, shouted, scolded, having requests for help be denied or not granted. I mean, this is like serious mistreatment, and that our workplaces are inhumane also needs to be called out as unethical, and that they need to be reimagined and remade. When you think about the kinds of mistreatment that we documented in this study, these are horrific. This idea of violations of physical privacy, of being yelled at, of being scolded, of having treatment withheld from you, or forced treatment that you had to accept that you didn't necessarily want, this is problematic, right? This is inhumane. And we need to start using very specific language when we are talking about health services provision and the harms that are occurring to people. I can't believe that this story is 4 years old, but it is, right? We don't talk enough about our near misses. People can roll off the statistics that Black women are 2 to 3 more times likely to die in pregnancy and childbirth from the Centers for Disease Control, but you don't roll off the statistics around the near misses, that we have an estimated 50,000 near misses. So, 100 times fold greater of incidences where we almost lose people, right? Or you lose a uterus, massive transfusion protocols where, you have some traumatic event that happens and occurs to you, but you live. And yet somehow we don't talk about the sequela that accompany the near misses, right? If you're less, inclined to believe someone because you're in conflict with their research team, or you don't recognize the signs and symptoms of deterioration because you're not listening to people, you don't speak the same language that they do. And I don't just mean like English or Spanish. I mean, one of the reasons why doulas are so important is because they've been with pregnant, capable people across their pregnancy. They know the language and they know how to translate that language so that we can more rapidly recognize signs and symptoms of deterioration, right? If the birthing team or the team supporting birthing people are in conflict with each other, you're going to be distracted. So of course, near misses are going to happen, right? And we need to interrogate that. We need to be simulating for that. When we think about the misinformation and the current environment that we're in, when Beyonce talked about toxemia of pregnancy, also known as preeclampsia, so many websites were wrong in the fact that she was experiencing that in the postpartum period. Even my own university website had inaccurate information because it doesn't keep up with the science, right, of understanding preeclampsia and hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. It's one of the reasons why I love social media, right? Basic websites should have fact-based information, but we should be using social media to really push out the rapidly changing science over time, and that we should be utilizing that in a way that is responsible, right? Not trying to return to some urgency of normal, right? We want to be able to give people fact-based information in real time, but we don't want the websites that we rely upon to actually have misinformation because it's more difficult to change, static websites as opposed to updating social media and then going back to general websites that have basic information about disease states and clinical conditions. That said, this is the piece that I wrote, for Scientific American. I'm putting this up because for those of you who are scholars, practitioners, activists, practivists, theorists, theologians, whatever your orientation is, when you're reporting your work, fight with your editors, fight with your publishers to change the narrative about the work that you want to produce. When Scientific American first came to me, they said they wanted me to write about the root causes of maternal morbidity and mortality. And I followed Kimberly Seals Allers's, prescient words and said, I don't want to write another piece that only has dead Black women in it, right? there are solutions. We know that there are solutions. We've had a lack of political will. And so I would like to write a piece about how do we reduce maternal morbidity and mortality. And thank goodness the Scientific American people went along with me and allowed for a piece around solutions to be published in the Future of Medicine, edition. And I did ask them to change that name to Future of Healthcare, but it's been called the Future of Medicine for the last 125 years, so they wouldn't change the name. But I'm going to keep pushing on that because we need to have in real time pushing around language changes, pushing around frames and focus. And that's why I think a Black feminism approach is so powerful, because it allows us to understand that there are multiple futures and different realities. And it's our job to bring forward the space and to curate the opportunities to allow those futures to exist. By talking about maternal mortality without saying it's preventable, I think also is unethical. Right. So this notion that we throw off these statistics, but we leave out important words like preventable, I think really reinforces this narrative that some people think that maternal mortality is inevitable, and it's not. And so as we push the public to come along with us, to really, really be thinking about how can we unleash the creativity of the preventable part, they need to know it's preventable. And they need to know the domains in which it's potentially preventable. So we can crowdsource new ideas about what that prevention looks like. In California, when we think about listening to mothers, right, we know the blue line across the top is, Black individuals. When we look at maternal morbidity and mortality rates, everybody likes to lift up California. Oh yeah, we've done such a great job in reduction of our maternal morbidity and mortality. When you still pull out data and disaggregate it by race and ethnicity, it improved for everybody except for Black birthing people, right? So when we start to pat ourselves on the back around different interventions that we've done, it is still important and necessary to appreciate the fact that yes, the overall maternal mortality rate went down in the state of California as the rate was rising in the United States, but we still see important disparities in Black people. We were not benefiting from those interventions. So let's bring in the work of Dr. Joya Creer-Perry and MBET, who I'm fortunate enough to be affiliated with, and particularly around working with Bella Morgan and their Scholars Program. Let's get to the root cause, right? This is a slide that Dr. Joya shared with me many, many years ago. And I think it's the perfect visual representation that the social determinants of health, whether they're positive or negative, are not plucked out of thin air, right? They are a rise from power and wealth imbalance, and power and wealth imbalance come from three places that they're known to this audience. They come from structural and institutional racism, class oppression, and gender discrimination and exploitation. It's not rocket science, y'all. And the more we can get people to understand these relationships, the more that we can have new interventions and places to intervene where we really, really want to be able to think about leveraging the brilliance of community-based organizations in the public. I've used the word structural racism. I want to shout out Dr. Brittany Chambers because she adapted this definition from Zinzi Bailey and their incredible work. We're talking about the systematic laws and processes, policies, and procedures to differentiate access to goods and services and opportunities by racial groups that are societally and socially defined, right? I'm not talking about individually or interpersonally mediated racism or internalized. These are the structures of society that are purposively differentiating access to goods and services based on so-called social race, right? As Dr. Joya also poignantly pointed out for Black Maternal Health Week a couple of years ago, race isn't a risk factor in maternal health, it's overexposure to racism, right? And so the more that we can get people to understand that construct, the easier it will be for us to start to think about better interventions that we can design to disrupt it. I'm still shouting this out because 2 years ago, I told y'all, right? A lot of people were mad at me when I published this, but if you look at the data of the publications from March 26th of 2020, the height of the pandemic in New York City, I warned everybody, right, that surviving a pandemic required collective action. We had an ethical and moral imperative to protect the people who were most at risk for harm. And I outlined the idea that within the context of a Black maternal health crisis existing, then we had, all the, continued increased murders of unarmed Black Americans in the United States. Then you want to add on a global pandemic that we should not abandon pregnant people. And that's exactly what happened, right? We saw this 2 weeks later, where people were trying to make an ethical case around not allowing, can you imagine shepherding humans to this plane, new humans in the midst of a pandemic, and saying that birthing people, it was ethical to leave them alone, right? I hope I never in my life can come up with a thought process that would make that make sense to me. Because in the context of Black feminism, everyone knew that we should have centered the margins and that the most vulnerable needed to be the group of people around which we were developing any COVID-19 response. Clearly, there were people in our field who did not agree with that perspective. So we need a shared language to help us all get to a same conversation. So I'm gonna try and teach this one to you really, really quickly that I found to be very, very helpful in multiple domains so that we can talk about and get on the same page. Are we retrofitting things? Are we reforming things? Are we reimagining things? Or are they all three? I'm gonna present these linearly, but they're not linear. Okay, this is a circle. And the other thing I've come to understand is that we need all three, right? You can't just you can't retrofit, you can't just reform, you can't just reimagine. You need all three, and you need all three at the same time. And one of the things that I've most recently figured out about myself is, as much as I want to be on Team Reimagine, I'm actually a very good retrofitter. So let me tell you what I mean. These are from Merriam-Webster, from the dictionary. There are 4 definitions for retrofit. Three definitions for retrofit. I like the bottom one. The bottom one is to adapt to a new purpose or a need. You're retrofitting a story to a new audience. There's an important component about retrofitting you need to understand here. The inherent structure as it exists is going to remain the same. The structure of whatever you're trying to retrofit is going to remain the same. Hold that thought. When we're thinking about reform, there are 4 definitions in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. I like the first one, which is to put or change into an improved form or condition, or to amend, or to change or remove faults, right? So reform, that fundamental structure might change because you can remove stuff or you can improve it and you can change the actual conditions. So the fundamental core might change. Now, this is important because in retrofitting, the fundamental structure is not going to change, but in reform, it might, and you might be able to remove something, which is really important because in retrofitting, you're not removing anything, okay? When we think about reimagine, we want to imagine anew. We want to create a new conception. This is where everybody likes to live. And the reason people like to reimagine is because we know something's broken. We want it to be fixed. Everybody wants the vision around how to fix it, but then nobody wants to build a path as to how to get there, right? And one of the reasons why I always say we can't all be on Team Reimagine is because we can't abandon the people in the now. They still need things to be retrofitted, right? So when we think about health equity, when we think about racial justice, right? I want to run off and go build the biggest, best, brightest new thing. That said, what happens to the Black learners who are still in our harmful academic institutions? We gotta be real clear about when we're retrofitting, when we're reimagining, when we're reforming, and that all those things need to happen concurrently. But we all can't put our collective vision in one domain because then the other domains are not being attended to. So I want us to be thinking about this framework. I'm going to reapply it to every slide you've just seen so that I can show you how powerful of a framework that this is to be able to use. Why do we want 3 R's? Why does this matter? These are the definitions. Well, you can think about retrofit as past, reform as present, and reimagine as future. The other way you can think about it is retrofit is reproductive health, reform is reproductive rights, and reimagine is reproductive justice. Let me say that again. A retrofit would be reproductive health, right? Health services provision. Reform would be reproductive rights, the legal protections that we have as citizens to be able to make sure we can optimize our reproductive life goals. And reproductive justice is reimagining. That's the future, right? Is that a helpful way to be thinking about what I'm about to show you? So let's apply it. I showed you sets of slides earlier. Let's apply the framework, all right? So if we wanted to retrofit the loss of obstetric services, we reopen those units, right? If we wanted to reform, we would go to emergency department staff. We lose that expertise of OB triage. We lose all those skills when you close an obstetric unit. So let's expand nurse family partnership and home visiting to make sure that they have those signs and symptoms of deterioration that they can recognize, because we're going to reform what home visiting looks like from surveillance or over surveillance of Black people. And we're really going to push it to be the thing that it should be, which is the early warning system in the postpartum period, right? Or if we wanted to reimagine it, how are we going to have new auxiliary maternity units? We saw drive-in baby showers. We saw all sorts of innovation come out of mutual aid when we were thinking through the height of the pandemic, when a lot of people were both afraid and creative. I think maybe we need to get back to that. What are the other things that we could think about, the supports that birthing people need outside of telehealth? Right? We need to unleash that creativity. Or if we were thinking about pregnancy, crisis centers, or, pregnancy help centers, if we wanted to retrofit that, well, hello, we reinstituted the Mexico policy, great. But where's the accountability? How do we rebuild the Title X network? Well, we put the money back in the budget to make sure that they have what they need in order to be able to continue doing their important work. We wanted to reform. What's the partner services that we can have? I mean, I know that Choices in Memphis does this really, really well, where they have, situation with the crisis pregnancy center across the street from their health center. They share patients back and forth, right? What's the uncanny partnerships that we currently need in this moment as we're waiting for the Dobbs decision to come out about whether or not Roe is going to be overturned? I'll tell you, for me, I've gone to the American Hospital Association and been like, so, y'all have never been supportive around hospital-based abortion. And historically, when that didn't need to happen, you needed to have a whole panel of people to affirm what a pregnant person wanted to be able to do because of patriarchy. And now all of a sudden, you're going to have pregnant, capable people being pregnant that otherwise would have ended in abortion. What are y'all prepared to do in order to be able to ensure that the maternal morbidity and mortality initiatives that you've invested so much money in are going to be successful? Can we now have a conversation about hospital-based abortion? And you will be surprised how many people have said, okay, so how are we going to make that a thing, right? What are the uncanny reforms and partnerships that we need in this current moment to be able to make sure pregnant, capable people remain safe? Those are the kinds of discussions I'm interested in. If we wanted to reimagine, we need a workforce initiative around reproductive justice. So for anybody and everybody that's at organizations and institutions that have, recently been recipients of, philanthropic dollars from McKinsey Scott, we might want to make sure that workforce development and workforce initiative, particularly around Black midwifery and past the midwifery at HBCUs, is on your list of things to do. Because now that we have unrestricted dollars to be able to build out and to do some of those more risky projects, I highly suggest that perhaps maybe we start to make strategic investments in workforce that in the past, historically, we've been reticent to do. In this mistreatment universe, right? One retrofit is, and some people are trying this, implicit bias training, safety bundles, and really trying to think, how do we have our existing harmful, inhumane workplaces? How can we retrofit them to be better? A reform is we need some simulation. We need places where upstander and bystander training, where individuals can say racist things, can do racist things to patients, and we need to have some skill building that is simulated in the same way that we do for, hemorrhage or massive transfusion protocols or other things. We need to have practice spaces for people to gain some skills, whether that's professional organizations or workplaces, but we need some simulation around how we are going to, in real time, disrupt racism and racist acts of individuals. And quite frankly, the reimagine is we need community accountability and oversight. I say this all the time in academia to department chairs. If you were really serious about health equity, and if you were really serious, you would probably have several community members or community advisory council that you would pay to advise you on the work of the academic department, including the curricula and the clinical training opportunities, in addition to the research that's conducted by your department. So when people ask me why I never want to be in academic administration, is because I don't want to do it without community accountability or oversight. And if nobody's going to give me the budget to do that, then to me, it feels weird that we're going to continue to try and perpetuate harm. So if, again, those people who have philanthropic dollars want to, pass some my way, I got a million ideas to think about how we can create not only pathways for community members to be paid as experts by experience, but that we can also really move us towards more health equity framed programming for students, faculty, and staff. When we think about near misses, if we wanted to retrofit, you got to listen to and center patient voices, right? And you have to speak the language that the patients speak. One of the problems of segregated healthcare and health services and the fact that we've spiraled to molecular and only elite people can go to medical schools and midwifery and all this other stuff is you have people that don't live in the communities, the people that they serve. And so therefore, there's a disconnect, there's a loss in translation in terms of the language that people use. I mean, when Black women look me straight in the eye and say something just ain't right, I know I need to listen to that, right? We need to be training people in the cultural language and the meaning and the nuances behind the actual words that people use. This is one of the reasons why I think concordance is so important, because you can pick up on the meaning making of the language that people are actually using to describe what's going on in their body, of which they walk around and live in and are an expert of every day. If we wanted to reform, again, we're going to simulate, we're going to create opportunities to practice, not just the physiological pieces, but the interpersonal team-based dynamics that influence how near misses occur. And if we were going to reimagine, I think we need pipeline programs that the people we serve should become our future workforce. And we need community advisory boards and councils as leaders with power, budgetary decision-making authority to help shift organizations to be more just. And in terms of this inaccurate information, misinformation, other stuff, we really have to get to a point where we are integrating social media along with traditional websites. We have to think about community partnerships, and we need expertise for, why don't we have Fauci for 15 on Fridays on Instagram Live? Or why don't we have experts for 15 minutes providing fact-based information every week on somebody's Instagram Live page, so that people who use social media as a primary tool for receiving information, that we're countering all the Nazi bots and trolls and all the misinformation. I don't understand why we're still not doing that. So some final points before we get to, some questions, some comments, concerns. I see there's a lot going on in chat, and I'm sure there's some going on social media, but I really want to talk through a couple of things. Retrofit, reform, and reimagine helps us to break down complex contributors to health inequities, and it will allow us to target our human, money, space, and time resources, right? I actually reject scarcity, and I actually think if we really wanted to, we would have enough human and money and space and time resources. It just requires for people to think differently about how those resources are allocated and to what projects and environments in which they are used. So I think as we continue to build out, Black feminism and reproductive justice and, environmental justice and social justice, and as we start to connect the dots for a lot of people who have woken up in these recent years, we have to think about resources not only as money. And because if we don't start to really think about space and human and time as resources, even though I know that, money and time are fake, right? I mean, these are constructs that we all agree to that have shared meaning, but they're actually made up too. We want to be able to make sure that we're directing our energies in places that will allow us to start to dream. And I think we spend a lot of our human and money and space and time resources really retrofitting, reforming, and not necessarily reimagining or dreaming about how those pieces could be different. Dr. Kamara Jones, who is current presidential chair at UCSF, I am lucky I get to be in community with her, and she's just so brilliant. She taught me this years ago when she was the president of the American Public Health Association. And that is that we have to learn how to distribute resources based on need, right? Not based on history, not based on privilege, not based on geographic location, right? But we really have to think about distributing resources based on need. And this is a hard one, right? I mean, I am an academic who, lives in urban centers because that's where a lot of academic institutions are. And a lot of the criteria around grants and the allocation of human money and time resources is really grounded in this notion of your track record, right? Which means you have opportunity to gain access to more resources because you already had resources. We need to stop that. And we really need to start to think about how do we distribute resources based on need. And again, that comes out of a principle of Black feminism that Bell Hooks taught us, which is you have to center the margins. So you got to know who's most in need and have data around the people who are most in need in order to be able to know how to distribute those human money and time resources, right? The other thing about retrofit, reform, and reimagine is it allows for a divide and success approach. I'm trying to move away from, military metaphors and violent metaphors. And so divide and conquer is not how I think about it. It's divide and success approach. A lot of times I think when we try to bifurcate or trifurcate resources, there's this concern that we're not going to be successful. And I think we spend a lot of time not trusting that innovation in and of itself can come from allowing people to have the money and the time and the space and the human resources that they need in order to make things happen. And so I think a divide and success approach is something that we definitely need right now. I think that we need to have clear articulation and communication. In our current moment, the amount of lies, disinformation, misinformation, manipulation is rampant. And from people that we care about, people historically we've trusted, people we respect, institutions that we've respected. And so the need to be very clear in our articulation and communication is paramount. And so I think retrofit, reform, and reimagine allows us to be clear in that articulation. A lot of time Black feminists, I've heard people talk about sometimes our language is aspirational, right? That we want to say the things that we aspire to, but they're actually really not things that we believe can happen or occur. Again, for me, that's a reimagining language, but you need to be able to translate back so that you can either retrofit what you're talking about and the activities that are associated along with that, or you're going to reform. So again, thinking about this in a very circular way helps us to understand how to be clearer in our communication and our articulation of how we think about the work that we're doing and the work that needs to get done and who gets to define that work. Finally, I don't think that we can do anything without community engagement, community leadership, community consultation, and community decision-making. That should be very clear at all levels in terms of all the work that we do, whether it's clinical health services provision or the legal protections that we're afforded under reproductive rights. I don't see us moving towards health equity in any significant way without community involvement. And we have to decide at what level we are able to ethically involve community. I am a person that likes to be community driven and community led. But I also understand that is a stance that needs investment of human money, time, and space. Sometimes community engagement, community accountability, community involvement. But one thing we need to get away from is community gatekeeping. And I want us to have some conversations about what does it mean to retrofit community engagement when we are tapping the same people over and over again. We're not affording opportunities to people who perhaps maybe their voices are not known or that their perspectives have not been lifted up or highlighted. How can we make space for nuanced and complicated discussions and conversations? And how can we be intergenerational and intentional in doing that? One of the reasons as the new editor of Health Equity, I opened up the associate editorship by application is because I wanted early career people. I wanted people with PhDs. I wanted people with baccalaureate degrees. I wanted community members to be able to apply because we need intergenerational, eyes on the future, publication that holds the science, the policy, the commentary around health equity. You're not being, in my opinion, an ethical journal if you don't have intergenerational perspective that's informing the papers that we publish. It just does not feel right to call ourselves health equity as a journal if that's not something that we're willing to engage in. So I'm really excited. We're going to have a new 10-person associate editor board, including a social media manager, and bringing in community engagement to the journal, because I think we have to practice what we preach. So it's in that context, I think this is my last slide. Yeah, it is. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to go to the chat because I think it's important that I acknowledge, your contributions and your acknowledgments and what you've put forward. And I want to be able to, respond and have a real dialogue and a real conversation. So the first one, yes, it's inhumane to treat a person trying to focus on bringing life into this world. I completely agree. And I think the reverence and the sacredness of birth, as Dr. Karen Scott has taught me, has been lost in the medicalization. And so when we think about birthing people or pregnant capable people or people who are having abortions or people who are having miscarriages, people who are going through infertility, we forget that these are the folks who are brave enough to want to propagate our species, right? I'm a childless by choice person. I've never been pregnant. I'm lucky. I've never had to make any pregnancy related decisions. But I will tell you, for the people who are brave enough to want to be able to do that, we owe them reverence and respect. We need to use that kind of language as opposed to sort of the medicalization of pregnancy and pregnant capable people, because quite frankly, if midwives have taught you anything, it's that pregnancy is not a disease state. It's a clinical condition to be witnessed and to be managed, and pregnant and birthing people and people having abortions are people to be supported by, medical interventions. But the condition in and of itself is not a disease. So we need to remember that when we're designing interventions, when we're thinking about how we talk about these things, I think is super important. So thank you for that point. A website that was created for significant patient community input, including Angela Tatum Malloy, is newmomhealth.com, specific to the postpartum experience. Yes, there are many. And I want us to be using technology to really be able to connect, to be able to share information, to be able to think about, not just extracting community information, but using it as a two-way communication tool to be able to really, really think through how are we going to reimagine care for people who have reproductive organs. I would like for us to really think about that and to really wrestle with that. Yes, yay to Dr. Brittany Chambers, who's a UNCG alum. Love her. She's like one of my favorite people ever. And I'm just so grateful for her work and her brilliance and her thinking and her contributions to science as well. Let's see, the Black feminist framework, super important, right? We need to stop, reifying the thought leadership of, old dead white men. And because I think some of that's important. But it's not the exclusive perspective that we could be using to think about the multiple futures that we could be creating, nor health services provision, nor, thinking through, Roe and the American Patient Protection and Affordable Care. All these things were just ideas. They're not the best we could have gotten, though. And I know that's controversial and people get mad at me when I say stuff like that, but Roe was never the best we could get, just like the ACA never was the best we can get. We can do better. And I need more people to believe that. And I need more of us to be thinking in that way, right? I think one of the other things that we want to think of, oh, I see there's some Q&A. Sorry, I'm all in the chat because I'm that person, right? Okay, but let's move over to the Q&A. Okay. Number one, Dr. McLemore, what is your take on city-funded and doula initiatives without Black-led CBOs as the leader of their programs? We're now seeing this in New York City. Okay, so I'm gonna put a timer on this one because I could talk about this forever. Number one, when we talk about city resources or public health departments, trying to move into doula work and doula space, there's a couple of things to be considered. So number one, Dr. Cassie Marshall, who's at UC Berkeley early career investigator, got a Eugene A. Washington PCORI grant to look at community doula work in the state of California. One of the major findings that we found, like in New York, is that when you have white-led doula collectives or you have white-led or brown, non-Black people of color-led initiatives around the expansion of doulas, either under health insurance programs or public health departments, that they really create a problem. And that not starting with community and not starting with the people who are most impacted, you have unintended consequences of these initiatives. So on the one hand, I don't want us to operate from scarcity and say, oh, we're never going to have, doula funded, initiatives, or we're not going to have the kind of interventions that we want if we speak badly about the ones that are currently in existence. I don't want that to drive our capacity to critique the actual fundamental flaws in the methods of some of these programs. And one of them is Black birthing people are some of the most creative, ingenuitive, innovative individuals. And if we're not starting with their perspectives, if we're not starting with their decision making, if we're not starting with what they need, and if we don't trust that we know that they need, and I worry that we're going to be designing programs that reify the harms that we're currently already seeing in healthcare systems and experiences. So that's number one. Number two, I think that, like, you know, there's a secret sauce. There's a reason that doulas function outside of healthcare systems and healthcare institutions. And that is because the secret sauce of what doulas do is they marry together the social, emotional, spiritual, informational, you know, physical supports that pregnant and birthing people need, and that they right size any and all interventions that are necessary, you know, during pregnancy, labor, birth, abortion, miscarriage, right? That said, doulas should not be exclusively responsible for fixing a problem they didn't create. So we still need to say, so in the spirit of both and of Black feminism, we still need physicians and nurses and anesthesiologists and all of us to act right, right? Just because doulas are around doesn't mean we don't have to clean up our own backyard, right? So I think those publicly funded initiatives are important. I think we need innovation in those, because adopting a reimbursement model isn't helpful. You got clinicians that won't take dollars from public funded programs because they're so underfunded. So why should doulas do that when they work on a trade economy? And anyway, so I think that the idea of having publicly funded doula collectives and initiatives is a good one. I think the way that it's been operationalized needs some retrofitting and some reforming. Let me say that. Who can send this presentation and introduce Dr. McLemore because Scott? I don't need to meet her. What I need her to do is to think about two things. One of the unintended consequences of providing unrestricted philanthropic dollars on, you know, entire fields like reproductive health, rights, and justice is the fact that those of us who don't receive checks are being overtapped, especially when you are creative and you have ideas. We're being overtapped, and we don't have no compensation for that. So that's piece one. The other piece is keep doing what you're doing, because I think it's really, really important that we have this disruptive moment in philanthropy, right? So it's it's a both and. It's on the one hand, like my phone has been blowing up, right? And yet I basically have 2 full-time jobs right now. So this notion that like there are unintended consequences of funding some orgs versus not, and just be mindful of that. And so from a Black feminist perspective, there should be some collective funding. And I'm hoping that for people who receive those dollars, and this is exactly what I've said to some of those individuals who have, we need a convening of all the best and most brilliant and greatest minds and community members and community-based organizations. Let's all get together and have a roadmap that's about dreaming. That's not in response to who didn't get what and who didn't get what. I would like to see all the HBCUs who receive money, and I know that there's a consortium that's coming forward now because I participated in a meeting about this last Friday around developing maternal child health programs at HBCUs. I want to have a conversation about Black midwifery. Like, I want us to have a convening about how are we going to collectively leverage these dollars, not just the organizations and institutions that have received them. Again, going back to redistributing resources based on need. So yeah, I don't need to talk. I want us to be thinking about how can we collectively think about the use of these dollars, not as a one-time thing or a one-off, but as an investment in our future about how it's going to be different. That's a discussion I want to participate in, because then we can think about, okay, so how do we then push HRSA, the Health Research Services Agency, and all the federal funders, right? And PCORI and NIH and CDC, how do we then push them in the context of, like, we should be funding all sorts of high risk, high reward kind of stuff because it's unrestricted. We should be acting out in terms of the wildest ideas we want to be able to fund. Why not? Right? So to me, it's this bigger, like, who's curating that conversation of what's the collective way that we can redistribute these resources based on need. and really make sure that the people who are most burdened by health inequities are centered in our decision-making process in terms of how we're using these dollars. Okay, next question. In the 70s, Roe versus Wade gave women and our allies a sense that we had achieved progress, significant progress, but in looking at the struggle and challenges over the years, it's difficult not to see that our expectations failed to meet reality. Number one, is the pursuit for reproductive justice akin to the pursuit for cosmic justice? And number two, community involvement is great, but shouldn't a significant amount of the resources be redirected to the judicial and political arenas, i.e. lobbyists and politicians? Let me take the first part of that question first. First, I actually, I don't know that I agree with your framing around in the 70s that Roe gave women and our allies a sense that we'd achieved progress. So I was born in 1969, so I spent about 4 hours in the 60s. I'm older than I look. And so I think what Roe did was protect physicians. If you actually read the provisions of Roe, you know the word physician is in it more than the word woman, because it actually was a situation where we decriminalized abortion, and it was really more about physicians who were providing them. So one can argue that it actually, and it was a decision under privacy, not under human rights, which is a whole other conversation. But is the pursuit for reproductive justice akin to the pursuit for cosmic justice? Maybe. So I adopt the definition of reproductive justice, you know, that Sister Song uses, that Loretta Ross has talked about. To me, it's the struggle for social justice and human rights. So it's actually bigger than cosmic justice as well, because for me, and I have now started to think about the fact that when we use the word reproduction, it's not just about like reproductive organs, not just about uteruses and vaginas and ovaries and penises and things of that nature. Like, to me, it's also about the reproduction of ideas. It's also about the reproduction of, you know, our existential purpose in life. So it's not just about reproduction, i.e. I have certain organs that allow me to be pregnant capable. For me, I like the word play on the word reproductive, right? It's thinking about where we sit in space and time and how they fold on each other, and how in this current moment we are reproducing a movement for human rights. We are reproducing a movement for social justice. We are reproducing a historical response to the, you know, backlash that we've seen that was completely predictable and expected if you are a student of history around progress. So for me, the struggle for the pursuit for reproductive justice in my mind is also, we have National Trans Awareness Day yesterday. People get existentially to decide who you are in this world and what your purpose is. So to me, it's akin to, but it's bigger than cosmic justice. To me, it's bigger. It's a human rights approach. That's a theory, a strategy, a praxis, you know, an advocacy. It is so much bigger than how we've conceptualized it, that I am looking forward to crowdsourcing other ways that we can think about reproductive justice outside of the capacity, the physiological capacity to birth or to have an abortion or to parent children. Because I think the word reproductive lends itself to interesting similes that we could be using. We could talk about the reproduction of ideas. So yeah, it's bigger than that. Community involvement is great, but shouldn't a significant amount of those resources be redirected to the judicial and political arena? Well, I've been using a process called research prioritization, where we start with community members to find out what researchable and policy questions that they have, and they are able to generate, rank, and prioritize those questions. They become our co-researchers. So for me, it's not just about community involvement. For me, it's about community-driven work. So I think community members should directly be, you know, funded to do work. That's one of the brilliances around Mackenzie Scott's approach. And other philanthropic people, I don't want to just point her out, because Robert Wood Johnson has been trying to do this with a culture of health for years. And there's a lot of small family foundations that have really been trying to directly fund community members. But again, if everybody pays taxes, and this is a collective way that we as citizens in society want to fund our government, want to be able to fund health, and I remind you, human services, then at some point we have to have a robust social safety net. Because if we're not going to have a robust social safety net, then we're either going to pay for it on the front end or the back end. right? You find in countries and other places where they have national health service, where they have a robust social safety net, where they have generous paid family leave and other kinds of benefits, they see improved health outcomes. Because as humans, as a species, we're not immortal, right? So until immortality happens or whatever, right? Because that's going to be, if that ever happens, that's going to be, inequitably distributed as well. But if immortality is not a goal here and everybody wants to live and die with dignity, then we need to have a robust social safety net if we want to be able to see improvements in health outcomes. Let me say that again. You can't have, it's health and human services for a reason, because not everything that we think about is a health condition or a disease state to be managed. It just isn't. So when we think about it from that perspective, you have to have a robust social safety net if you want to see improvements in health outcomes. And you're either going to make that upfront investment as a public good, like in public health and preventative health services, or you're going to end up paying it on the very expensive clinical health services side. That's the thing that people don't understand. Health and human services go together. So this idea that we would pull, like, again, scarcity can't drive this, but that we would pull money to judicial and political, it's a both and. I mean, voting rights are reproductive justice issues, right? I mean, if the legal protections that we need in order to optimize our reproductive life course are grounded in the legal and justice system, then voting rights are reproductive justice, right? To me, I can't separate them out. It's like trying to separate out my womanness from my blackness. That's not possible. So for people who've been conveniently able to carve these things up in institutions, it needs to be reimagined, right? I think we should have community IRBs and communities reviewing grant proposals, right? We do that now, in my projects and at pieces of UCSF. Community involvement should have just been institutionalized as part of the way we do business, if we believe that community members are experts by experience. I always say this to funders all the time. I can't believe I can put my percentage of effort on a grant as a researcher because of my expertise, but then it's okay for me to go extract community wisdom because they're experts by experience. Why don't I put them on my grant? That's when I started putting community members on my grant, because they are experts by experience, so they should be paid for that expertise. So I don't know that the redirected, I gotta struggle with that, because I think that there's enough that we have if we're willing to retrofit and reimagine how we use our space, money, and human and time resources. So that's what I think. So I know we're getting short on time, and I want to thank the organizers, of this session. A, for having me, but B, for also like creating and curating more spaces for us to have some very interesting conversation. And I also want to see more public spaces where we can dream, because I'm really sort of tired and over of the sort of regurgitated statistics and everybody's dying and all this. I'm done. I'm over that. I would like to see us really come up with some innovative ways to resolve all of this, because I think it can be done, but I think it takes collective wisdom and brilliance. I think it takes people who are not chasing awards and Nobel Prizes and weird stuff like that. And I think it also takes a collective vision around how we're all going to make this different. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Jasmine, because I know we're getting short on time. And thank you for having me. And let's continue this dialogue. Hit me up on social media. Macklemore, MR everywhere. I will amplify ideas that people have. I'm willing to be corrected if people think I'm wrong. I want to keep dialoguing about this in real time in public, because we are teaching our society how to think differently from a Black feminist lens, which says that there are multiple realities at any given time, and that everything is a both and.
Thank you so much, Dr. Macklemore. I want to go back to Jasmine's words at the beginning of her introduction about how you activate knowledge, and wow. Every time I see you and hear you and read, I follow you on Twitter also. You really do an excellent job of uplifting and other people's collective wisdom and brilliance. So thank you for your time and your energy and your expertise. Jasmine, thank you for that amazing introduction. Thank you. Your relationship and your words were fantastic. So thank you so much. I'm sure people will be A, following you, and B, sending you some messages. So thank you so much. We are now have an opportunity to do our next giveaway. So I'm going to turn it over to Amy Lee from ESG, but I wish we could do like, there's no reaction buttons or anything, but thank you so much, Dr. McLemore, for your time. It was amazing, amazing. All of the chat was all about you.
Well, thank you for having me. And unfortunately, I have to run because I'm doing a community engagement project with the AFIA Center in Dallas, Texas. Amazing faith-based, a community-based organization led by the incredible Marsha Jones. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Well, thank you all for sharing your time and your expertise. I think we're gonna just do a quick wrap up as we move into our networking hour. But so I want to just take a moment to thank you all for joining us today for whatever part you could make it to. I kept watching the participant numbers go up and down and know that there's lots of things that are pulling us in lots of directions. So thank you for your time. This conference and this event was really birthed from our university community partnerships work that has persevered and been strengthened over time. Dr. McLemore was really talking about the importance of community guidance, and I know that Christina feels so lucky that we have had such a strong partnership over the last 2+ years. So big shout out for that. And of course, this work has been uplifted by our fantastic speakers. So just want to take a moment to acknowledge them, the panelists, the keynotes, and of course, our student volunteers. We're so proud of all of you. I want to give a special thanks to 3 of our students, our undergrad intern, Nia Washington, who many of you saw, she introduced the panel, our MPH student intern, Alondra Har, who also facilitated the Q&A, and our doctoral student, Sliani Emeritus, who was not able to be on video today, but has put in they've all put in a lot of time, energy, and expertise, and it's been a real pleasure to work with them, even in this mostly virtual format. We also want to thank our fellow faculty members who've showed up over time to help plan this event, particularly Dr. Meredith Gringle and Dr. Erica Payton-Foe. And also just want to, just amazing. It's been like such a privilege to be able to work with them. We also want to recognize some of the faculty who worked with us on the original iteration of this project, which was Tracy Nichols, Regina McCoy, Jennifer Toller-Rouskin, Sandra Chavarria, and also the support of our department with Donna Myers, Alan Ashley, and our chair, Bob Strack. So thank you. Wonderful. It's our department, faculty and staff are so fantastic. We just really appreciate all of your time and energy and sacrifice to make this event possible and support us in this process. I also want to give a really, really special shout out to my co-chair, Christina. I know we talked about this, right? This has been like a really special process for me. You are amazing. Your passion, your knowledge, your luminosity, as well as your really extensive professional networks, and who are all incredibly super talented. You just really made this event today what it was. And so thank you, Christina. Love you.
Love you too. And thank you for that. I love the emotions. And so we need to just grab it on in, because this is part of the work, being authentic. That's what we're talking about. And so I am so honored. I was going to say, I feel like we birthed this conference. You were a conference doula to me in this process. That's what I was thinking as an analogy, but it is amazing. We were doing this together. And so I am so thankful. And we have just a few more shout outs we want to share, because we want everybody to be able to share with each other during our networking hour. And then we would close out with some music at the end. And so one of the people that we want to thank, the organizations, you'll see it in the printed program, RJ Squared, represented by Jasmine Gatrell Moore, my dear friend, Village Sis Doula, represented by Cassie Mop Ahmad. So thankful. Speaking of Grace, represented by Kiera Herford, who is here with us. And we also want to thank for last year's, because we've been doing it for 2 years. There were 2 webinars last year. Our community partners from last year, Artists for Justice, represented by Keisha McCain, and then YWCA, represented by Brandy Collins Calhoun. So giving them a shout out and thank you for their work and partnership with us. And we also couldn't do this without the Office of the Provost with the She Can, We Can series of events and funding. And that was through also with Stephen Haynes. And then shouting out to the Dean of our School of Health and Human Sciences for matching funds, okay, because that allowed us to do this work as well. So all of our wonderful students from all spectrums, I want to thank you for showing up today to participate, to learn, to be volunteers, to contribute ideas if you're on your internship, or all the ways that you have participated just being here. So I want to thank you for your investing in your own education, because that's what it takes. Can't just always rely on one person. You have to invest in it yourself. So I'm thankful that you're here. I also want to thank our t-shirt designers. We had t-shirts for our volunteers, and they were from Elements for Designs. The design was developed by Nia Washington, but then produced by the company Elephants for Designs, and it's a Black woman-owned company. So we want to thank them, and their information is in our program. And so we thank you all for being here.